wish I could tell you the truth, but when I do, it comes out sounding stupid. But meet me at 4 in the morning and see for yourself. Your sunrise and sunset, that's all I really gotta know. The rest is a prison that I built for myself. On my worst nights, I'd still burn down the city just for a peaceful night's rest. But here in your arms, my darling, I think that can wait. Or I hope it can. We murdered a chicken for breakfast and ate it for lunch. She was beautiful, she was scrappy, she was as mean as they come. And I told her on the way to the chopping block, chaos reigns over us all. One day I'll be worm food, but Jenny, first it's your turn. There's sunrise and sunset, and then there's the day that I die. All the rest is a prison, or else it's a lie. At my worst times, I'd still murder a traffic cop to get out of a ticket. But here in your arms, my darling, police don't exist. Or I hope they don't. I hope they don't. I hope they don't. I hope they don't. The fences, the wire, the dress code on the wall, the transfers, the searches, the bullshit that paint the hall, and the walls that hold you in are just a million ashes waiting for release. Well, shake the gates of hell until you're free. The phone calls, the hearings, hear the public defenders all right. The bailiffs, the judges, shareholders getting paid tonight. Just so many ashes waiting for release. Make up the walls of a prison cell. We're storming heaven or we're raising hell. On Mondays, I do the laundry at the 24-hour place next to the Dollar Tree. I know that I can walk, but God, I love to drive. I thought about calling and asking forgiveness, but hell, I'm afraid of the dogs that I live with. I guess you take it one thing at a time. I thought about Jesse on Tuesday morning. Last I heard, he was still doped up in Portland. I could call and ask, but hell, I know he'd lie. Like my neighbor, he's got business. If you don't know about it, better keep your distance. Ain't no one on the street ever called a cop in their life. Da da da, da 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 da, da da da, da da da. On Wednesday, ran into Connor, drinking like he was already gone. da da da. Da 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 da. On Fridays, I do the laundry at the 24-hour place next to the Dollar Tree. Past the neighbors reaching heaven with the truck so high. I thought about calling and asking forgiveness, but lately I don't even know what that word is. I got police on my 6 cause they think it's a crime. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da da da.
No one needs to tell me how to get down, but won't somebody show me how to get back up? I thought about killing my landlord, but he was pretty nice. He said I paid my rent on time, as often as I could. I've been making strange friends in the desert. Yeah, they love Jesus and America too. It ain't as bad as it sounds. Someday I'll explain it to you. It's not that I mind sleeping alone in the grass. It's just that I've been dreaming since, well, maybe I ain't woke up yet. But nothing's been quite the same since you shot yourself. I don't know if you believe in ghosts. I'd hope you'd haunt me if you were one. I've been trying not to steal from everybody I know, but so far that's impossible. But here in the desert, somehow I hope that someday it won't be that way for me. No, it won't be that way for me anymore. This car is a war machine that runs on nicotine and gasoline. Don't you fucking know this is the wrong side of the road? Who needs brakes when it's all downhill from here? And if we ain't died yet, then just maybe we never will. But I don't wanna burn out, so won't you please set me on fire again? Woke up afraid of losing everything. Thank God that I already have. So if you love me, then listen. Mind your own fucking business. If you love me enough to stay, then quick exit and not just a long car ride and a short goodbye in a parking lot. Whoa.
No Glazy. He's singing about being suicidal. If you had actually been paying attention to the lyrics, you'd notice Pat was in a pretty dark place. And the entire song is about him suffering from unrepentant alcoholism and wishing he would die. It's a really, really dark song. Yeah. But hey, your cursory understanding of that song's lyrics matches with what I would expect. So, all right. So, how's everybody doing? So we need to have a chat. We need to have a chat. Music off. Music off. I want to read you guys something, and I need a few of you to take it on board pretty solidly. I'm going to read you a quote. Pretty famous quote, but I'm going to read you a quote because we have some housekeeping to do. All right? I'm going to read you the quote, and then I'm going to expound upon some things. Ask. Assume to dictate to his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself, close all the avenues to his head and heart, and though your cause be naked truth itself, transformed to the heaviest lance, harder than steel and sharper than steel can be made, and though you throw it with more than Herculean force and precision, you shall be no more able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw. This was Abraham Lincoln speaking to the Washington Temperance Society in Springfield, Illinois, February 22nd, 1842. Now, in the words, in the teachings and intent of Cicero, I am to act, any rhetorician or orator is to act as the emotional role model for a group to which they speak. And I have been lacking. I have dropped the ball. I have failed in my intent, and that is on me. But to allow things to go unchecked, to allow things to go unrectified, is a crime I will not commit. So, henceforth, moving forward, we need to keep a few things in mind as a community. One, our first task is to find common ground with someone, even if we find them worthy of contempt, especially if we find them worthy of contempt. Our first task is to find common ground. Okay? We have to establish trust and likability. Now, for the regulars, that's why I'm doing this at the top of the show, is because the regulars who are here all the time with regularity need to take this on board just as much as I do. Now, we are human. We are fallible. I will slip up. You will slip up. We are slaves to our emotional inner self. There's no way around that. I'm not asking for perfection. What I'm asking for is conscious change and a willingness to change. Generally speaking, when somebody comes into this room and they say the questionable thing out loud, right? Or even the not even questionable, it's a fucking bullhorn. Forget dog whistle, right? They just walk in screaming, right? We tend to go for the jugular. We tend to ask the questions that need asking, right? What I am asking of you is that you don't do that. We all know by now we have an intellectual immune system amongst ourselves, especially as a community. We have an intellectual immune system. As an aside, Cupcake, continue doing what you do, but do it behind the scenes only. Okay? I appreciate and value what you do. You guys won't see where that happens. Cupcake, continue doing what you do, but it shouldn't happen in chat. We have an intellectual immune system amongst ourselves, especially as a community already. That's a thing we possess. What I'm asking is that when that occurs, when someone comes in, when an outsider comes in, when the questionable or even the detestable comes in, even somebody you find truly worthy of hatred and contempt, that is the moment that especially that we have to find that common ground. You have to do that because I have to be able to use, remember we had a long discussion? No, Scott's forever forbidden. We had a long discussion about rhetorical device and methodology on Friday, I believe. I have to be able to implement a pathos methodology, right? I have to be able to use my storytelling ability. I have to be able to use my conversational ability. That orative skill that I do possess has to be able to be used. And if I get ramped up, I need to be able to be reminded. So chat, this part is on you. If we are in one of those moments, remind me that I'm to be conversational, not adversarial. You can even just put CNA. You can tag me at Proudly Radical, CNA, all caps. Conversational, not adversarial. There will be times for adversarial. There will be times that I sweep the leg. There will be times that I take somebody down a few pegs. But it shouldn't be the default setting. So I'm looking for, and I'm attempting to be that emotional role model for the community. And as such, we need to keep that linking quote in mind. If someone walks in off the street and we characterize them as to be detestable, if we attempt to dictate, if we attempt to command them, they will shut down. There's no route for me to use ethos, pathos, or logos, right? There's no route in for me at that point. And so that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm requesting, is that we attempt to, as a community, begin to shift the needle or shift the tonality of the initial greet, of the initial meeting in this room, especially when somebody comes across as somebody we probably have a lot of problems with. That is the person we need to be able to speak to the best, the most, with the greatest integrity. And so that's what I'm requesting of you guys, is to be not necessarily open-minded. Keep your guards up. Don't let that shit slip by, but don't take the bait either. So if somebody comes in dog whistling, ignore the dog whistle, but take note of it. And then attempt to find some common ground, because chances are that we do have some common ground. We do have common concern, right? And if we can use that common concern to at least make them not an enemy, we need to make more, not necessarily allies, but we need to disarm them. We need to make sure that when these people go to war in the political space, we aren't the ones they're going to war with. I want the anarchists to be not a target of the liberals, of the sock dems, of the right-wingers, of the Nazis, of the fucking communists, I want us to be looked at as approachable and friendly and considerate and productive in society. I want us to be the source of, I want us to be Dolly Parton. Right? Who hates Dolly Parton? She makes sure family and locals are taken care of. She provides books for people on a global scale. She helps provide medicine, right? Like, we should be looked at in that same light. Mutual aid, dual power structures. We have so much bad press. We have so much propaganda that we have to undo, and it's time we start undoing it. I started undoing it when I started this channel, and now I want to continue undoing it. I want to take it to that next level. I want to take it to the next conscious level. I want us to, as a community, be seen. And when I say us as a community, I mean the anarchist milieu. We are just a small subset of a global scale milieu, right? The anarchists span the world. I want us to be looked at as those people that take buildings from billionaires and provide housing for those that need it. I want us to be looked at as the people down on the street corner who provide food for those that are hungry, no matter their circumstances. Even if you're just walking by and you want a quick meal, we will provide that for you, no questions asked. I want us to be looked at as the people who will bandage that wound in the worst of circumstances and pick you up off the ground and dust you off, right? And that starts with this channel. That starts with this right here in chat, right? Like that's where that starts. It starts with me. And that's what I'm attempting to do here is I am attempting to rectify my failings and fix my past mistakes, because I get amped up. I start moving at a million miles an hour. I start using logos more than ethos or pathos. I'm as much subject to the inner turmoil of being a human as anybody else, but I need to start working on that. And that starts today. That starts now. So we need to start moving forward, and a very conscious, very purposeful, near Machiavellian optics campaign for anarchists. Each and every one of us that ascribes to anarchism and states that we are an anarchist needs to keep this in mind moving forward. We need to keep that in mind, that in essence, every single one of us is either an agent of the state propaganda falling into those foibles and allowing people to see anarchists as a black balaclava, Molotov, rock-throwing agent of chaos and destruction, or they see us as an approachable, friendly, conversational element within society that can be relied upon to bring strength and structure to the human condition. Because let's face it, we won't be getting a global anarchist situation, right? Let's just abstract as far as we can, situation in most of our lifetimes, in any of our lifetimes probably. But if we treat anarchism as the ever-expanding toolkit that I believe it to be, then if we can convince as many people as we can to take a hammer out of this toolkit when they need a hammer, to take a screwdriver out of this toolkit when they need a screwdriver, when they look down at that screwdriver and they say, who did this belong to, by the way? And they see that it belonged to the anarchists, it helped them. It was a moment of need, and we filled that need. We need to be the Catalonian anarchists. We need to be these. We need to be better. We need to be better. So it starts today. It starts now. It starts moving forward. I need you guys not to jump on people. That's the first and foremost. I'm not saying don't ask questions. I'm not saying, but we know We know the tactics that we use to attempt to elucidate and draw out those dog whistles. We don't need to do that. We all know we all know a dog whistle when we hear it. We have the intellectual immune systems already. There's no need to prove it. Bobby, sorry. We don't need to prove it. That only goes to shut down conversation further. What we need to do is expand conversation. We need to start having that conversation with people and being those approachable people that we know we can be. Mal learned the mass line from us. Learning what the community needs and organizing to serve it. Yeah, that's anarchism. Yeah. We need to take back what is ours. So again, I will fuck up. You will fuck up. I'm not asking for perfection. All I'm asking for is a concerted effort. We need to change the tone of the channel moving forward. Now, for those of you who haven't been around for the sort of night shows, I know I only had one last week. The night shows will be changing as well. The night shows are now Proudly Radical After Dark. I need time in the week where I'm not expected to be on. And so in order to provide that for myself, but still maintain a communal atmosphere, I've changed the branding for the stream lead-in. I've changed the tonality. I've changed the music. And so the Tuesdays and Thursday shows will be more lighthearted. They will be more just us hanging out. There will be video games. There will be smoking. There will be drinking. There will be jovial attitudes. There will be tier lists. There will be Kai being a goofy fucking gay dude, being judgy, and there will be, comedy. There will be all that sorts of stuff. If you guys want, I will play you the Tuesday and Thursdays lead in, just to, actually, Cassidy, they match for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Here you go. Here's the lead in for Tuesdays and Thursdays now, just to debut it for you guys that may not be at the night shows. Here you go. Okay? Like I said, a tonal change. So Tuesdays and Thursdays are the After Dark show. They're us hanging out, decompressing, attempting not to get too doomer. We will cover some politics moment to moment. We will cover some topical things. We're going to try and keep it more jovial and lighthearted on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that's how that's going to go from now on. So to recap, when people come in, don't jump down their throats, even if they pull out the bullhorn, let alone a dog whistle, right? We all know what the dog whistles are. We all know the tells. Note it, but move forward and attempt to find common ground. In that attempt to find common ground, feel free to make a concession. Agree with them on something. Allow them a point of correction where they say something and you're like, well, actually, you're correct on that point. I disagree with this part, but I understand what you're saying about that, right? Concede a little bit. Draw them in. Attempt to build that bridge. We need to create more bridging rhetoric. And largely that's on me. I'm on mic, right? But a lot happens in chat, and it can happen in an instant. And one dagger, one barbed comment can completely shut someone down. And so we need to recognize that, again, that Lincoln quote that I read you at the top of this talking about it, right? Dictate to his judgment, command his action, or mark him to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself. We are attempting to draw people out, not shut them down. We want to have the conversation. So, open, friendly, pleasant. You don't have to take shit. I'm not telling you to take punches to the face. We still have the right to self-defense. If somebody comes in saying the horrid shit that we know they tend to say, there's no building that, right? Somebody comes in and starts doing the typical tanky talking points of you should all kill yourselves and you're all wastes of air and you're all fucking, your mother should have aborted you, right? Feel free to just ignore that or discount them. You don't have to go on the attack. Don't bother. Don't take the bait. Just breathe, move on, laugh at them. Because humor disarms that, by the way. Humor disarms that. So if you take it as what it is, then there you go. Yes, mods can handle them. If they need putting in place properly, mods can handle them. All right? Remember that the same pressures that brought us to anti-capitalism are what made them invested in their own ideas. Common ground about so many problems is usually pretty easy. It is. Tech support. It is. It's, the same people that are freaked out about like pedophilia and the Hillary Clinton thing, right? Like they're worried about oligarchs taking advantage of society and abusing children, right? I don't want children to be abused. I don't want oligarchs to take advantage of our society and manipulate us, right? So there's right there. Like that's common ground immediately. I can reframe instantly, right? Like we need to start working on that, right? And it's going to be a process. I don't expect perfection. I don't expect greatness from day one, but this is the mark. This is the temporal marker. I need you guys to sort of note that from here forward, it changes. And like I said, we're all going to fail. I'm going to fail spectacularly at it. You're going to fail spectacularly at it. That's just how life is as a human being. But we remind ourselves, we pick each other up, and we dust ourselves off and move forward. So we all sort of, I just want us all on the same page. That's all. Now, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? So just let me know what's going through your heads, if anything. I think we can do it, actually, Masha. I don't disagree. I do think that in many ways, I especially speak the same language. I understand their concerns, and I think I can speak to them effectively. So, yeah, I don't disagree. No, Jay, no. I would prefer you not to. That would be great. So, agreed, Karina. Some lefties think the right only hates us because we're on opposite teams looking for different ends. We can't actually live in a world that dumb, and we need to set a pace. We can change minds, but we have to remember humans are humans first, and their worldviews get changed little by little. Since we all actually want the same, well, I don't agree that we all want the same end goal, frankly, but I get it. What's up, Aspen? Me too. No, it's not. This introspection is the result of me going on a tirade about rhetoric on Friday, and then spending Saturday working on changing the tonal, like the intros and the logo kits, and the sound packs for Tuesdays and Thursdays show, and then the YouTube segments, and sort of taking a deep look at myself and where I want to head from here. What I want this channel to do, what I want to accomplish as an activist and an organizer. There are no federal guns being held to my head. There are no outside influences. It is purely of a desire as a rhetorician, especially as an orator and rhetorician. I wasn't proud necessarily of some of what I was doing. And so after taking a brutal look at it, right? It was okay. Problem noted. What do I do to rectify it? And so after I noted where I was lacking in after I noted where I was lacking in rhetorical ability and where I was failing, I also started looking outside as well, like within the community, within the not the greater anarchist milieu, but within this community. And I realized that I had set a poor example. And as such, I was like, okay, so last night when I was working out at like 2 a.m., I started processing what I needed to say and do to fix those mistakes. And the first is a mea culpa on air, right? Like I am, as Cicero pointed out, the emotional role model as a rhetorician, right? When I'm speaking to a room of people, I'm who you guys take your cues from. And if I'm on the attack, you guys are on the attack. If I'm intolerant, you guys are intolerant, right? If I'm applying logos, you guys apply logos, right? So it was on me to change this. I don't do that. I don't even know what Bidwin's mode is. I don't care to know. I don't model my methodology after directly after others. I take the lessons of people like Cicero, like Aristotle, because I use an Aristotelian rhetorical model, right? Hence ethos, pathos, and logos, right? That's Aristotle, right? But as far as that goes, that's not how I model my rhetoric and my oration, and I wouldn't want it to be. I try and create it as organically as possible. So, yeah, that's where we are. That's where I am. That's where we are as a community, and that's where I want us to be. I want us remember this phrase. Remember this phrase. Please ingrain this into your psyche for these shows, because I attempt to. It's right in front of me. It stares at me. Conversational, not adversarial. We are attempting to have arguments, not fights. We want to utilize rhetorical and orative devices. We want to engage in the dialectical exercise and process. We want to create a constructive conversation in which a synthesis of opposites can occur. This is a Kantian methodology of Hegelian dialectics at its core. So doing that, conversational, not adversarial. All right? No poking the despised and despotic when they come in. Pre-testosterone Shakai? Actually, you know what? Not so much. Pre-testosterone Shakai was actually pretty intolerant, especially like Podbean days. Yeah. So Terrence McKenna talked to the fact that I know what T. McKay means. Terrence McKenna talked about living such impeccable lives regarding his stuff. Similar ideas, but if you want to build a big building with lots of other people, it takes convincing. To me, this all makes perfect sense. Yep, radio. So, communication and community seem related. They are. And so, yes, we all need to work on our communication. Is your guy, Glazy, is your guy still streaming? Does he still wish to have a conversation? Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, Glazy, it's an issue. Yeah. Nope. Okay. It should be clearing up right about now. It should be clearing up right about now. We seem to have a bit of a buffering issue there. We had a bit of a buffering issue there. The kilobits dropped to about half of a bit rate, half the bit rate it normally runs at. It seems to have cleared up a bit though. So he went off air like in an hour. He streamed for like an hour. That's why he had 3 or 4 viewers. You got to put more work at it than that. Capitalism has twisted our world so badly that the most individualistic thing one can do is building meaningful community, and that will mean incorporating people we currently disagree with and be able to build with them. Sure, set healthy boundaries, don't abandon your principles, but don't abandon a perfectly teachable human being either. It should be clear now. If it hasn't cleared up now, refresh the page or force quit the app. Force quit the app or hold control and hit F5 on the page and refresh. Yeah. It should be good to go. So I'll let you guys sort some of that, but the bit rate is solid now. Remember this phrase, conversational, not adversarial. That Walana. And for those that have just arrived, it's really important to me and to the channel and to the project and to the greater anarchist milieu. Go back and watch the VOD. There's going to be some buffering issues. Watch it on YouTube when it goes up. Go back and watch the beginning of this episode. It's super important to me. I trust that you will. Just know. I trust that you will. It's really important that you watch the beginning of this VOD. If you were not here for the beginning of this stream, it's incredibly important you see it. So, yeah. Please and thank you. No, Walata, it's about a tonal change in the channel, and it needs to happen, and it's about a mea culpa on my part, and it's about a request, and it's about instructions about how to behave in the future in chat and how to engage in a more optic-driven manner as anarchists. So, yes. Y'all want to see the YouTube intro? I'll let you see the YouTube intro if you want. Where is it? Oh, no, wrong one entirely. There we go. There we go. Do Jesus Christ. Fucking Firefox's media browser is dog shit. Here you go. YouTube intros, quick and, you know, that sort of thing. So, I think it's an identifiable sound profile. I don't think it's an annoying sound profile either. I think that, like, in the background, you could hear that eventually after you watch a bunch of segments and you hear that, you start to identify it and associate it with the channel. So I think I did halfway decent work. So I think it's on brand. It's the same PR letters I've been using since the beginning. Fat clouds, bro. Sparkly PR. Nice. Thanks, nonsense. Yeah, I really put work into, like, trying to find an audio profile that was identifiable, that was catchy, that wasn't annoying, and was still kind of a banger, right? Like, it's still kind of got, you know, a vibe to it. That fits with our vibe, right? Like, we got a fucking vibe on this channel, right? And, you know, I like the bisexual color palette. Dude, I'm not bisexual, but the bisexual color palette, best color palette. Best color palette. No, the askew cap is never going away. I like the askew cap. The cap is on brand. So that's the housekeeping done, right? That's the tonal changes. You know, we're doing the after dark shows. We're doing the, I think the colors are fine and appealing to many, says Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Actually, that matters. Like, your opinion matters on this, Bobby. So, yeah. So there's the After Dark show. For those that didn't see the lead in, I'll do it one more time for you since there's like 20 more people here now. Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be a different type of show from now on. We will still occasionally cover politics. We'll cover some theory, but we're gonna have more fun with it. More tier lists, more jovial, more, you know, here for those of you that weren't around for it, because like I said, there's like 20 more people here. This is the Tuesdays and Thursdays stream lead in, right? Oh, well, you know what? Everybody's seen the lead in before, right? This is the traditional lead in. Right? Okay, so very on brand for the doomer scroll shit that we do, right? Here is the lead in for the Tuesday, Thursdays now. So there you go. Very synthwave, very funky, very 80s, very fucking, you know, okay. So that's how that's working. Jesus Christ, how did we drop fucking 10 viewers just like that? God, fucking Twitch's system is weird. Jay. It's 80s meets Vegas nightclub meets speakeasy in a good way. Nice, Bobby. Thank you. Anarchism needs ambassadors, not soldiers. Gotcha. We got plenty of soldiers. We have so many soldiers. We need, you know what we need? Tech support. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding. When I say this with the deepest, like, this is emphatic as I can possibly be, right? We need Mr. Rogers. We need somebody that nobody can hate. We need somebody who understands innately the rhetorical methodologies. We need somebody who can reach across every single aisle. I don't know if I'm up to that task, but I think if all of us give it our best shot, maybe collectively we can do the same work that of him. Dress Mr. Rogers with cat ears. Oh man, that man was amazing. Saf. Yeah, worth a shot. Exactly. It's worth a shot. Proudly Rogers arc. Look, I could never live up to that man. That man was a thing. So yeah. That's okay, Rev. That's okay. Not everybody can do everything. That's the whole point of a distributed topology, right? Like that's the whole point of having a greater community, is that some of us can speak to certain concerns, some of us can speak to other concerns, and at the same time, I can, we can coordinate that. By the way, I will be removing the cat ears for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday shows. I will be keeping them for Tuesday, Thursday shows, just so you guys know. I will not be doing serious content with cat ears on my head. I think it's an insult to a lot of the content. They will be moved to Tuesdays and Thursdays exclusively. You guys can get more of them there, but I refuse to be in the same show where I'm going to discuss the rape and suicide of a college student and then the ensuing police cover up, and have a earlier clip of me wearing cat ears, right? Like it's an insult to certain things. And I think it's inappropriate. Others wouldn't feel that way, but I do. And this is just a judgment call I'm having to make for myself and for the community. So yeah. Yes. Yes, Tuesdays and Thursdays are for the kiddies. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays are more lighthearted. But that's the whole point of the Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm going to get stoned. You guys are going to get stoned and drunk with me. We're going to have, yes, the skirt is coming back very shortly. It is starting to heat up in Nevada. That means the skirt is coming back. Yes. So the skirt will return as well. He's never going away. All I ask is that there's a judicious use of him. A judicious use of him. All right? We need to be more concerted. We need to be more introspective in our application of certain things. Right? Like that's on us. I'm not taking your toys away from you. I'm not taking Breen away. I'm not taking, is that corrupt? I'm not taking Has away. I'm not taking any of this shit away. But what I'm asking is that you guys pause and think about it, right? If I'm in the middle of a conversation with him, with somebody, right? Yes, some discretion is advised. If I'm in the middle of a conversation with somebody and you guys are constantly popping Breen and Has and shit like that, I will have to disable them, right? And I don't want to have to do that. So like, I don't think I should have to disable the channel commands and stuff for you guys because they are fun. They are funny. Dude, Has running around the screen is hilarious and I still laugh at it, even though that dude's in the middle of a fucking crisis right now. I think we're all adults, right? We can, yes, using Tanky's coping respectfully, right? Like if I'm in the middle of a conversation with somebody on air, dude, don't play Tanky's coping. That's uncomfortable for me to explain to them that no one can hear what you say because chat has just muted you in the middle of a conversation. It's disrespectful, even if they are being disrespectful, right? we need to be the bigger man, right? We need to be the bigger person. And that sucks a lot of the time. It sucks. Dude, it sucks. A lot of what I'm asking of you guys is going to suck. Because it's a pressure release valve for yourself to be like, you know what, fuck you. But we can't stoop to that level because, let's face it, society already thinks we are at that level. Let's face it, as anarchists, we are perceived to be angry, angsty, teenage ne'er-do-wells who are throwing bottles and rocks and Molotovs and beating people up in the streets and starting fires and disrupting the societal fabric, right? That's our perception. That is our image on a greater societal level due to generations of propaganda and government malfeasances, right? Like that's yes, miscreants too. Exactly. Good word, car accident. So moving forward, this is how I hope we change even more minds, right? We already have soldiers. We need ambassadors. We need rhetoricians. We need propagandists. We need educators. We need people who can care. We need people who can lift up. We need people who can empower. We don't need anybody who burns. Marketers, yes. We don't need people to burn down buildings. We got plenty of them to start with. There's no deficit of people who can toss a Molotov within the anarchist community. We don't need any more of that. I'm not saying we get rid of it either. All I'm saying is that I think I and we best serve the anarchist milieu and the anarchist agenda in this role. That there is a very real place for that in this world. Civil disobedience and disruptive tactics. I'm not repudiating them. I'm saying that we need to add another tool to our toolkit. We need to broaden the horizons of the anarchist tools. What you got, tech support? So, yes. Yeah. Glazy, to answer your earlier question, feel free. He doesn't seem like an extremist. Okay. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, that guy. Fucking non-compete can go fuck himself. I'm not moving on that one. I'll budge on maybe Anarch, but I will never budge on non-compete. Yep. Maleficarum, I spring it on them. If I'm doing that, I get them on board and then I explain to them that what we're talking about is anarchism, because I want the propaganda to be undone. What? I was about to do a William Shatner impression as Anarch. But yes, I want the word back. I want the reputation back, because there's too many things associated with anarchism. We can't get rid of the word. We can't. There's too many ideas. There's too many tools that have our branding on them. And so if we're going to successfully implement these tools and get people to use these tools, then we need to get that word back. So I want the word back. I'm not ready to surrender it like Vosh did. Vosh gave up. I'm not ready to give up yet. Maybe one day. Never say never. But for now, I want to be a brand ambassador for anarchism. That's, to put it in the capitalist parlance, that's what I'm after. I want us all to be. Fair enough, Jay. Jay, non-compete is a person who... he's an ML in anarchist clothing who lives in my wife. He lives in Vietnam with his Marxist-Leninist girlfriend, partner, whatever. I don't fucking know. He claims to be an anarchist. He advocates for things like concentration camps and shit. The guy he's a lot of stuff. He's a lot of stuff. Like most human beings, non-compete is very complicated. I refuse to call it. Dude, his name is fucking American Johnson. Like, I refuse. I just call him non-compete because he is that channel. No, like some compete. Yeah, right? Anarcho-Vietnamese state can do no wrongism. Yeah, it's fucking... I'm non-compete. Nazis had a point. Yeah, dude, fucking Vosh destroyed him. I'm sorry. That's just one of those instances where you're like, no, he actually did destroy him. Like, that was ridiculous. So his real name is Aaron. I don't know if we should be talking about that on stream, but holy shit. So he went with American with an E. What the you do you, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Glazy, take the Discord link. Here. Take the Discord link and give it to him. Yeah, no worries, Glazy. He ran as a centrist mayor in his home city. Oh my God. The more I learned about it, the more I actually love it. I love the whole story. I'm a storyteller at heart, right? Like, you guys know that about me. I love a good story. I live my life for a good story. Anything to get a good story, right? Out of you or out of my life. I love a good story. And non-compete story is actually hilarious. It's a fascinating story. That just adds another aspect to it that I absolutely adore and love. Don't get me wrong, I would never want him to set political policy, and I definitely wouldn't want him educating a populace. But, you know, I think one of the highest arts that human beings possess is story. It depends, Jay. It just depends. Oh, Bobby, I will take them all. I will take them all. I will happily take those stories. Now we get to see. He got past the welcome screen. Y'all. He got past the welcome screen. So that bears that's at least a decent sign. That's a decent sign. He's probably sober, and he's probably a semi-functional human being. That welcome screen meta is scary. Like, it is. Oh, that is the number one predictor. To quote comments you're responding to, if I recall. Thank you, Rev. Yes. Thank you, Rev. Good reminder. Keep it up. Don't stop doing that either. Keep reminding me. Keep on my ass about that sort of stuff. Marcus, I need you to go back and watch the beginning of this VOD when it goes up. It's really important to the community, to me, to the sort of just make a mental note for yourself, please and thank you, Marcus. It doesn't really affect you because you're not in that camp that I would be speaking to directly when I make that. But good to know. And there's some stuff that you need to see. So just go ahead and guide him into voice chat and we'll handle the rest. So yeah, what was it? And some, I don't know, some other person, he seems to be a streamer or politically minded individual who seemed to want to speak to an anarchist. Let me do the praxis thing, and like, I'm going to refund all of the channel points. Give me a second. Because I know somebody spent like 15,000 and shit like that. And like, just give me a sec. I'll get you all your fucking channel points. Wait, these rearrange? Like 50. Holy shit. I had no idea I could drag and rearrange those. Reject them all. There you go. There you go. You guys should get all of your channel points back in a second. Okay, since you guys are terrible at this, all I asked was you direct him to voice chat. And what do you fucking people do? Sus by association. We're all a little different here. How is your face today? Jesus Christ. Guys, what did we just spend an hour talking about? What? I mean, oh. Old habits die hard. I get it. Old habits die hard. Feel like a high school teacher yet? Dude, I've felt like a high school teacher for years. You said they would fail spectacularly. They did. Let's get the spritz ball. Bad. What's up, song? This is why we can't have nice things. Exactly, Weasel. What's up, Rye? All right, let me jump on air. Oh, he doesn't want to do that now. Okay. All right, well then. All right. Okay. Well, then that is that. If one of the mods or somebody can inform him of my streaming schedule, please and thank you. And just let him know that Tuesdays and Thursdays are out. He can't have Tuesdays or Thursdays. Those are the night shows. Those are the after dark shows. And I'm not going to be doing serious conversations. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, let me know. Oh man, context just sort of shifted. All right. We have, thank you, song. And I still giggle, on that night, about that night, on Curios. You guys talking about my tattoo? I still giggle. That was honestly one of the weirdest, funniest, apropos of nothing, random humor moments. It was beautiful. I still giggle about that one. So thank you, song. Thank you. We have, guys, oh my God, I remember that. Dude, we were dying laughing. Oh my God. I mean, we couldn't breathe. It was so bad. We're just fucking. You guys talking about a tattoo? What? Wait, what tattoo? Oh, nothing. What the fuck you mean nothing? I don't want to talk about it. What the fuck is going on? It was so beautiful. It was just a beautiful, chaotic moment. I have quite the list. I don't know, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. I have 17 stories for Popo's Bizarre Adventures. I have a request in also, from to an artist, and I'm trying to get some art done in the style of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures that would have, like, I don't know, me drawn as a JoJo's character being like, I don't know, like dodging a police, like trying to hit me with a nightstick, or like chasing me or something that's thumbnail appropriate for YouTube. I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get that worked out. So we have that. So yeah. So we'll have that for the segment in the future, at least on YouTube when we dump out the segments. So we have the thumbnail and that sort of thing. So yeah, moving forward, you can't, by the way, you can't replace video on YouTube, right? Like I have the new intro. Friday is have a cop swinging a cruiser. Oh, that would be funny. Friday is always, it's bad movie night, but if he gets in early, yeah, we can make it work. We can make it work. Yeah, just let him know we can make it work on Friday. Yeah, Carpe, there's no way to replace a video in place. You have to just do a whole new video, basically. That's what I learned. And so, yeah, I was like, oh man, because we got the new intro and shit. And soon a new outro. Yeah, exactly. Bye metrics. Like so I'm not even going to do the fucking, I'm holding off on uploading some stuff now until I get like the final, like, the outro card done as well. It's absolutely stupid. I'm like, I can't inline replace a file. Okay. So is what it is. But yeah. So we've got the Popo's Bizarre Adventures. I've got feelers out for it to try and get some artwork done for it. And then going from there, you know, like I said, we've got the new YouTube lead in. We got the new YouTube intro done. I've got the sound packs done. I've got the fucking lead in for the Tuesday, Thursday shows done. Trying to get the thumbnail work done. I'm also going to, what's up, Yokes? Thanks. Thank you. I'm also going to try and, yeah, that's fine. And thank him for asking. Yes, he can, by all means, and especially since he asked. What a fucking just a common courtesy of asking. Yeah, by all means, yes. And so yeah, I'm trying to get some artwork thumbnail fucking templates done for the other stuff as well. So yeah, we'll go from there. The thumbnails are going to be a thing. Thumbnails are going to be a thing. Dude, thumbnails are a pain in the ass on YouTube. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, yeah. But, yeah, we'll get more segments. We'll get more theory reads. We'll get, maybe tonight we'll do some more theory read. We need to work on Rules for Radicals some more. We need to work on Bob Black some more. We need to get that stuff done. My voice has been rough though. So we'll see. What, yeah, no, Dig. I saw it. No, I don't do panels. Sorry, Yokes. I don't do panels. I find them counterproductive, and I have both philosophical and rhetorical / orative problems with panels as a entity. Yeah, I think they're counterproductive. In fact, I think panels are more often than not a forum for, they are not a forum for actually discussing in a productive manner a topic, but in fact serve as a capitalistic means of advertising for streamers. Yeah. So thank you for asking. Clout Shark Tanks. Or that, you know, there's the two manners of speech, right? There's the two manners of speech. Thank you for asking, though. I always like to feel included. I always like to feel that, I'm not being left out of things. I really do have problems with panels. And though it would probably help the channel grow and all of that, I see them as highly counterproductive. No, I know. It's probably not your intention. But it's just one of those things. It's one of those things. Too bad they don't work for Fabian Liver. Oh man, I don't want to talk shit about him. Origin, you're kind of a little hyper focused on weird hypotheticals. So what I want you to do is actually elaborate upon your question. What is your question? Take the time, right? Give me a chunk. I don't mind somebody dumping a paragraph into chat. I really don't. We'll read it aloud and we'll talk about the topic. But what if I think the society is corrupted? People are emotional creatures and easily swayed as a group. There's lots of nuance in there to discuss. Isn't anarchy a bit dangerous in certain cases? How is hierarchical organization that doesn't have a coercive power dynamic in play where people can be authoritatively swung dangerous in those cases? I need you to elaborate upon your proposed hypothesis. That way I can actually investigate it and answer it. That wasn't anarchism. That was actually hierarchical power structures. That was authority. Witches were burned under church and state authority. That wasn't anarchism. Hey, Fresh. What's up, man? Thank you. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Now that I know you're here, Fresh, thank you for asking. As Cassidy pointed out, all of my stuff, my photography, my writing, my streaming, anything I do is licensed under a Creative Commons share-alike non-commercial, attributive license. I just find it respectful when people ask, right? Like that's all. I love that you asked. I was like, yes, by all means, restream it, but just tell him thank you. Jesus, goddamn Christ, you'd be surprised. Like, common courtesy doesn't go out the fucking window just because my license is a fairly open and, liberal license, to use the classical sense. Oh yeah, Yokes, dude. The witches burned at the stake. Though we did crush a dude. More weight or more pressure. Dude, that guy was badass. But it did happen in Europe, but not to the degree that most people think. But yes, none of that happened under anarchism. That was all under the direct hierarchical, authoritative, coercive power structure that was the church / state, which at those times was highly intertwined. Essentially, the head of state was empowered by the church. It was theocratic in nature. So how is this? Fresh. It doesn't. Dude, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it, dude. I can't say I started at your size on Twitch because I brought a community with me to Twitch. But I started at your size one time, right? Like at one time in my podcasting career, dude, you're just a dude screaming into the void, right? You're like, what am I even doing? Nobody's listening. Why am I here? What am I doing? Right? I totally get it. I appreciate it and I respect it. It takes balls to fucking get on camera. It takes balls to state your opinion, right? Like that's to be the dude just screaming into the void. Hoo-wee. It's a thing. So I respect it, man. No worries. And I mean, I'm fucking chump change compared to somebody like Hassan, right? Like fucking, dude, that dude's kicking around 25,000. Fuck me, right? I wouldn't even know what to do. I couldn't do what I do with a room full of 25,000. We've actually tested it. My method of praxis actually tops out at around 120, and then we have to start putting limiters on. So I couldn't operate at 25,000. But yeah, I'm chump change compared to some of these fucking guys. So dude, yeah, no worries. Nothing but love, man. Let's see what we got. We got the reading list. Let's see. Okay. Yes, there is a shout out function. Exclamation SO. Eggs asked chat if there was a shout out function. Yes, there's a shout out function. And it's not blocked behind, all of the things that most people, dude, most of my stuff is actually pretty, I don't like requiring to follow to chat. I understand that it's a protective mechanism to like protect against hate raids. I don't, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not comfortable with because I see it as coercive. 2-3 times a week, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. They said Friday is movie night, so maybe next Monday. Wednesday. Okay, so here's the deal. How shall I refer to you, by the way? Face, fresh, new ideas, fresh face, new ideas, FFNI, like how fresh. Okay, fresh. I'm going to go with FFNI. No, fresh. Here's the deal. Tuesdays and Thursdays are, it's probably on cooldown now that fucking command has been used. Fresh. Tuesdays and Thursdays are the After Dark show where we all get a little stoned and drunk and hang out and play video games and watch comedy and talk shit and that sort of thing. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Friday, we tend to do some Doom, and then we start to decompress because after the stream, we do bad movie night on the Discord server where we just watch shit movies. And we all get absolutely blitzed and enjoy ourselves. So Friday early, totally cool. Monday, Wednesday, always good the whole way through. So there you go. There's sort of how the stream tones tend to work out. Not all shit. Yeah. We have been known to do good movie nights. So yes. So yes, fuck, there we go. Jesus Christ, that was a fucking pause. I don't know. Actually, let's see. I mean, his movies, like, I don't know if we've watched any of them. I don't think so. Oh, wait. Did we do Toxic Avenger? I don't think we've done Toxic Avenger. It's on the, oh, well, we did Poultrygeist. Poultrygeist is in the collection. Yeah, we've done some. Yeah, we've done some. So there you go. Anyway. Yeah. So y'all ready for some depressing stories? Because, I mean, if we lead into Popo's Bizarre Adventures, it's going to be a bit of a slog. Like I said, I've got like 17 stories for you. Friday early would be what time for you? Give me like 20, 30 minutes for lead in, right? We do show warm up. So 9 your time? 9 your time? If that works for you. Yeah, because that would be 6 my time. Yeah, like half an hour. Yokes, take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your panel. I hope it's productive. I hope it doesn't turn into a shit show, Yokes. I hope your panel is highly successful. Stop by. Tell me about it. Let me know how it goes. PM. Did I say AM? Jesus Christ. If I said AM, it's PM. It's fucking PM. I don't do shit at 9 AM. Yeah, stop back by. Let me know how it goes. I want to, I'll check a VOD. Yeah. AM is a myth created by the global tanky elite. I agree. Goddamn tankies. Creating AM. So, are we ready? This is gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing, y'all. I don't know what order I'm going to do these. I've just got tabs. Oh my God, dude. This is why we started doing Popo's Bizarre Adventures, because there's never any shortage of police malfeasance stories. It is absolutely psychotic, the amount of police malfeasance stories that occur. Take care of yourself, Fresh. I'll talk to you on Friday. Okay. Well then. Yeah, exactly, Caboose. Well then, let's start Popo's Bizarre Adventures. Edward, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's Ates. Ates, I guess. Edward Ates is a gentleman from Waxahachie, Texas. He's 54 years of age. I mention this because it matters. He is a black man. He was released after 20 years, right? He was released in 2018. Okay, 4 years after he was released, after 20 years, for a crime that the police had zero credible evidence to convict him on. He is still attempting to clear his name. In 1993, in New Chapel Hill, Texas, about 8 miles east of Tyler, Texas, like it fucking matters, like any of the godforsaken shitholes is any place that any of us are aware of. But Elnora Griffin, age 47, was stabbed to death. Terrible, tragic accident. Griffin and she were neighbors at the time. Now, the medical examiner testified that Griffin was grabbed by the neck, and it's common for someone to defecate as a result of such pressure. Now, this is important because the police found a footprint in the feces of Elnora. Elnora got choked out and she shit herself. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Elnora got choked out and shit herself. And somebody stepped in the shit. Now, there was a footprint in the shit. Now, the police attempted to link the perceived footprint in the feces back to our man, Edward. Right? Now, they based their entire case on this shoe print in the feces. He was arrested and charged with Griffin's murder, and although he was released from jail on a bond a few months later, his trial didn't take place until July in 96. 3 years, Jesus Christ, just hanging over your head. Imagine the psychological torture of having a murder rap hanging over your head this entire time, right? The trial, judge declared a mistrial. Straight up, the judge was like, it's a fucking mistrial. So in August of 1998, prosecutors tried Edward again, focusing on the feces, except this time, the jury was an all-white jury. The evidence against Edward was that he had fecal matter on one of his shoes. Want to know where the fecal matter came from? Edward was walking his dog and stepped in some dog shit. The caboose got there. Dog. But it was an all-white jury in rural Texas, and Edward is a black man. So they convicted him, and they sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In 2015, the podcast Truth and Justice took, let's call it, an interest in his case. The Bob Ruff, the host of the podcast, contacted Edward, and basically they hit it off. They became quick friends. And Ruff is an attorney. So Ruff got the Innocence Project of Texas involved and became his solicitor, became his attorney, and started the ball rolling. According to Edward, Bob told him straight up, I'm going to get you out of here. It's going to take me a while, but I'm going to get you out of here. So through the Innocence Project of Texas, an attorney by the name of Allison Clayton, in combination with Bob Ruff, began to investigate the case. Here's a quote by Allison Clayton of the Innocence Project of Texas. The lack of any kind of objective evidence most crime scenes will contain, especially crime scenes as violent as this one, right? She was drawn to the case in part because the lack of any kind of objective evidence most crime scenes will contain, especially crime scenes as violent as this one. So she got the Smith County District Attorney to agree to retesting the feces on his shoe. Then we can come back with DNA testing all these years later and say definitively that the feces on his shoe was not Elnora's feces. The district attorney, of course, drugged their feet, but let's say, all right, let's go for it. Oh, he was denied parole twice, by the way. Edward was denied parole twice. You want to know why Edward was denied parole? Because he refused to admit he did it. He refused to confess. Because he refused to confess, they were going to hold him in jail indefinitely. If he had only admitted legally that he had done it, if he confessed to the crime, rendering it a true guilty plea, they would let him out of jail. He refused, so they held on to him. Well, fast forward. Guess what? The feces doesn't match. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that the feces doesn't match? Here's the thing, though. After releasing him, they've yet to announce him innocent. They've let him out of jail, but they have not cleared Edward's name. They refuse to redact and renounce the previous conviction. They refuse to remove it from the record. They refuse to strike the case. They refuse to do any of that. They still, as far as the state of Texas is concerned, qualify Edward Yates as a convicted murderer, even though they were forced by the Innocence Project of Texas to let him out of jail because they wrongfully convicted him. Yeah. Here's my advice to you. Don't ever set foot in Texas, especially if you're a person of color or a member of the LGBTQ plus community. That state is a fucking shithole. Don't ever go there. It's a nightmare. Or a woman. Yeah, or a woman. Good point. Fucking good point. Or a woman. Just don't go there. Yeah, like if that's just, yeah. That's essentially the story of Edward Yates. It's a literal dog shit state. Yes, it's a literal dog shit state. That is the story of Edward Yates and his 25-year, quarter of a century just travail in trying to clear his name with the state of Texas because they convicted him. The all-white jury convicted the black man based on dog shit on his shoe that they failed to test and claimed it was the feces of a murder victim he was a neighbor of. The cops in this shithole of New Chapel Hill, Texas, literally rocked up to a murder victim's house and just went, black man, and threw him in jail. That was it. They literally looked for the nearest black man and tossed his ass in jail and kept fucking hammering that case until they impaneled an all-white jury and got the conviction on completely dog shit grounds that they wanted. No, there's nothing. I'm sure there's no systemic issues right there, right? There's nothing going on there. Meanwhile, can we talk about poor Elnora Griffin? Elnora Griffin got choked to death in her own fucking house. And because these racist piece of shit cops, district attorney, judge, and jury members all were obsessed with scary black man, her murderer's been free to live, well, basically probably most of their adult life out. This isn't just about there's a brilliant point, Beast, and thanks for getting me on to that point. This isn't just about the miscarriage of justice directed at poor Edward Ates. And I'm sorry, Edward, if I'm pronouncing your name, if it's Ates or something. It's Ates. I think it's Ates. It's not just about the miscarriage of justice for Edward. It's about the miscarriage of justice for Elnora. Right? Like, for every racist bullshit falsified conviction that the state does, what you end up with is a murderer wandering around free. You end up with somebody who committed the crime just free to do what they want because, you know, scary black man lives next door. I'm sure he did it. Story number 1. Let's bring it up a bit. The NYPD is being sued for $30 million by one woman. She's an Instagram influencer of some degree, form, or fashion, apparently. A woman by the name of Eva Lopez. She was coming home. She was vacationing with her boyfriend. She was vacationing with her boyfriend in, you know what? Let me try something. Give me one sec here. Forgive me for segment viewers that are watching this after the fact, but I want to try something really quickly. Let's see. It's that, and then it's that, and then let's do that. Okay. So Ava Lopez was vacationing in Florida with her boyfriend. You know, she's an Instagram influencer, whatever that accounts for, right? Whatever that entails. Take it for what it is. But while I may have a perception of influencers, right? They are no more or less human beings and deserve to be treated with respect and dignity by any of this bullshit system. So did you not like, yeah. No, I said it at the top of the segment. Her name was, Elnora Griffin. That was, I mentioned it at the very beginning of the segment. So there you go. That buffering absolutely throws things out of alignment. All right. Okay, that's better. So anyway, on to Ava Lopez. Ava Lopez was stepping off the plane August 16th of last year, and she found out that she was a wanted woman. How did she find out she was a wanted woman? Well, a friend of her boyfriend texted him and said, "What's going on?" And her boyfriend, I'm sure, was, "Well, what do you mean?" And he sent them this. The City of New York Police Department sent out flyers for a case of grand larceny. Here's the issue. Attempting to identify the subject pictured above for grand larceny on August 3rd, 2021, the complaint's roommate did reply to an online escort advertisement, and while the subject was at his apartment, the subject did remove complainant's Rolex watch valued at $13,000 and a Chase credit card without permission or authority to do so. Here's the issue. One, she's not an escort, never has been. Has no history of operating as an escort. That's literally not what she does. And two, they just grabbed a photo and put it on a fucking wanted poster. The detective, a man by the name of Kevin Dwyer, whose name is listed on the flyer. Here we go. Okay. Please notify Detective Kevin Dwyer. When she called said Detective Dwyer, he already knew it was an issue before she called, according to the legal filing itself. Dwyer told Lopez the wanted poster had already been taken down from the department's Facebook page and other websites, as the real perpetrator had an entire sleeve tattoo, and Lopez does not. They literally grabbed the first fucking Latina picture off of Instagram, apparently, and just threw it on a wanted poster with just reckless abandon, and then spread it around all of social media. I mean, they accused her of essentially being a prostitute. They accused her of grand larceny. And they spread it around a social media system that immediately went to her friends, family, people, business contacts. I mean, I'm sure being an Instagram influencer relies heavily upon reputation, right? The perceived image, the reputation, the marketable image, right? She is now being perceived as a thieving prostitute. So in one go, they managed to undermine her career. They managed to undermine her personal reputation. And they managed to undermine multiple friends and familial relationships, because as her own testimony states, it was already being spread around social media, but to this day, it's still being passed around and talked about. And people are, quote, making me look like a thief and prostitute. She wasn't even in town during the alleged time frame of the crime. She wasn't even there. But hey, you want to know how they they came to this picture? Apparently, the detectives who, for some reason, were shown a picture of Lopez, who apparently has almost 1 million followers, by the way. And that was it. That was you were waiting for some sort of like qualifying statement, right? The detectives were shown a picture of Lopez. And so she was clearly the criminal. Even though the description doesn't match from the victims, that's it. The cops saw a picture of a sexy Latina, and she clearly had to be a prostitute. She clearly was a thieving prostitute. She's a self-empowered sexy Latina on Instagram. So she had to be the criminal, even though she didn't match the description by a long shot. She's still attempting to recover her reputation to this day. She's stated she has straight up stated that her Instagram career basically has been negatively impacted by this. It's a clear case of defamation. It's a clear case of multiple things. I'm sure a clever attorney can come up with multiple things that they should be charged with. Either way, she's suing the NYPD for $30 million. I hope she gets every fucking cent. Maybe, if enough sexy Latinas get $30 million out of the NYPD, maybe then the citizens of New York will think about overhauling their system. Because the fact of the matter is that apparently the citizens of New York are fine with having a police department that literally just sees the first picture of a person like some sort of weird Alzheimer's dementia patient and says, yeah, that's her. That's the criminal. Does zero investigative work, does zero detecting, literally uses a photo of somebody who does not match the description of the suspect, and then proceeds to spread around wanted posters like it's the fucking 1800s in the fucking Wild West of this woman on social media. By the way, which is her workplace. Social media is this woman's workplace. Imagine if the cops showed up to your job and then proceeded to tell all of your coworkers, all of your bosses, all of your clients. Say you worked in sales and they called up all your clients, told all your coworkers, told your boss, your manager, the owner of the company, told everybody. By the way, you know they're a thief and a prostitute, right? That's what they did. Only they did it essentially to 1 million plus people. I hope she gets every fucking red cent out of those assholes. And later, Jay, take care of yourself. And I hope there's a legal change and they fucking take it out of the pension of the cops. I hope every single cop in that precinct has to pay that money. I hope I hope, you know what? Oh, God, no, Glazy, dude, the NYPD's awful. Oh, no, of course it won't happen non-binary. Of course not. Glazy, the NYPD's, they're bad. I mean, they're bad. Like, they're bad. Yeah, no, like, rough you up just because you're black walking down the street bad. Yeah. And that's not even like, dude, they got raked over the coals for that shit. They got raked over the coals for that shit. Dude, they would fucking hassle a black dude just for walking around. Yeah, broken windows policing was literally the NYPD. If there's poor people, they police them harder. Yeah. Marginalized communities, police them harder. Stop and frisk. That's all NYPD. That's all born of NYPD. Dude, they're arguably one of the worst in the world. Arrest you for sex work because you're walking while trans. That's NYPD. Dude, no, arguably the NYPD is one of the worst police departments in the entirety of the world. Yeah. And that's including places like China. I'm not kidding. Like, that's including places like China. Dude, the NYPD is awful. So, anyway, that's the story of Ava Lopez. I hope she gets every fucking cent. This one's a quick one. When stop and frisk got struck down, they admitted they had stopped more black people and brown people than there were black and brown residents in New York City over the program's lifetime. From an attorney. That's from an attorney right there. All right? Fucking just remember where that's coming from. When stop and frisk got struck down, they admitted they had stopped more black and brown people than there were black and brown residents in New York City. That means they're hassling people 2, 3, 4 times a day. Oh no, it's stop and frisk is still fucking going. Jeez, I'm sorry, got bong. Yes, the NYPD has international offices. They have intelligence divisions. The NYPD actually has offices in places like London and Paris and like I think Brisbane or something or Sydney. Yeah, the NYPD isn't just isolated in New York, by the way. The New York Police Department is a global organization. Figure that shit out. I saw a Vegas bike cop lose his mind screaming at the lady in front of the convention center today. Dude, the bike cops here, and when Cassidy says bike cop, we mean bicycle, right? We mean bicycle, not motorcycle. The bike cops here in Vegas are the most emasculated, overcompensating pieces of shit that you have ever met. Every single one of them is dog shit and deserves to be like just shipped off to an island somewhere and given therapy because frankly, they need it. Every last one of them's got like small dick syndrome. It's ridiculous. The bike cops are the worst here in Vegas. They're super aggressive. They're very aggro. They will fucking hassle anyone and everyone, and they snap at a moment's notice because, frankly, they're a joke. Everybody sees them as a joke, and it affects their ego. So. Kai advocating for island gulags for bike cops now. What I'm advocating for is therapy centers somewhere far from society so we can fix these broken individuals and then we can bring them back. Because frankly, they're murdering us. They're murdering us. They're murdering us. He was a total aggro asshole who completely snapped on this poor lady trying to drop someone off. Yep. Sounds about right. I don't know if we can do that, Kaiser. I don't know if we can do that. I got to pull that, Kaiser. I got to pull that. On to the next story. This one's a quick one. Okay. This one happened in Decatur, Alabama. Alabama, one of the best places in the world, right? Alabama doesn't have any problems. So Kevin Penn owns a liquor store in Decatur, Alabama. He's literally the owner of the store. Now, he was robbed. He was robbed, straight up. Someone attempted to rob a liquor store owned by a black man in Decatur, Alabama. So that fix didn't do it. Oh, encoding overloaded. Okay. All right, now I know what that's about at least. I need to check the encoder settings. All right, so a black liquor store owner in Decatur, Alabama was robbed. Happens, right? Like it's, yeah. So let's see what happens. Well, a police officer by the name of Justin Rippin responded on March 11th. Well, how did he respond? Well, he rocked up, punched the owner in the face, and broke his jaw. I'm not kidding you. He literally reacted with unjustifiable violence, false charges, and violated multitudes of constitutional rights. He essentially what happened is the white cop Justin Rippin rolled up, responding to a robbery call to a liquor store, saw a black man, immediately fucking assaults him, punches him in the face, breaks the man's jaw, tackles him to the ground, and amidst this, fucking decides he's going to arrest him, even though the guy is screaming, "I'm the owner of the store." He can't possibly be the owner of the store. He's black. So clearly he's the thief and he's lying. Well, Justin finds out that in fact that Mr. Penn is the owner of the store. So he then makes up charges that he assaulted him and that he refused to comply to lawful orders, and that in the non-compliance of those lawful orders, he resisted arrest and got violent, and that's how he sustained his injuries. Yeah. Well, that's made its way to federal court. It's the typical bullshit, obstructing governmental operations, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. That's how that went. Yes. The mayor, this is my favorite part. Statements by city officials are my favorite parts of these stories. They're always amazing. They're always so tone deaf that it blows my mind. Here is Decatur Mayor Tab Bowling. If this doesn't scream just redneck, right? The mayor's name is Tab Bowling. I regret that a lawsuit has been filed, but I refer all comments and remarks to City Attorney Herman Marks. That's it. He regrets that a federal civil rights lawsuit has been filed on the part of a local black small business owner who was violently assaulted by one of his police officers. He regrets that a lawsuit was filed, but the city attorney will have to handle all the comments from here on out. I'm sorry you're offended. I'm sorry you feel that way. That's all we say. It's the most tone deaf non-apology that you could possibly give. I regret that a lawsuit has been filed. How about you regret that your officer broke the jaw of one of your citizens because he's a racist piece of shit who assumed that a black man can't own something? You stupid fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck, your entire godforsaken town is just a racist hellhole. What is wrong with you people? So, yeah. Like I said, just a one-off. Just a one-off. Do we have video of this one? I think this is the one we have video of. Hang on. Let me get you video. Okay, pause. Yeah, I think this will work. Right about There. Okay. Honey, what should we call our baby? Looks at a can of energy drink. Tab. Looks across the street. Bowling. Honey, our last name isn't even Bowling. I said what I said. Exactly, Caboose. So, American Fork. This is a town. American Fork. Okay, it's a town. This is a real fucking place. It's in Utah. American Fork, Utah. It's been 2 years since this occurred. All right? 2 fucking years. But because of the inaction, federal lawsuit has been filed finally. Against the police officers who arrested, as well as the police department itself. Now, this guy is a man by the name of Cody Greenland. He was in a Target parking lot on April 17th, 2020. Essentially, the police were responding. I love these stories where the police, hey, thank you for the follow, even though that name is. I love the stories where the police are responding to a call and they just sort of like pick someone, right? Like we did one where the guy was the Hispanic dude was in the car, in the neighborhood, and they're like, he's clearly guilty, and they fucking shoot the dude, right? Like I those stories where the cops just like pick a person. And like, that's the guilty subject. Like, clearly that's the guilty party. The police were responding to a call of an unidentified male, possibly breaking into cars. Really peaky. Holy shit, that's weird. The name is there to distinguish it from Estonian tongs and Singaporean spatula. That's a true fact. That is a true fact. Yeah, 100%. That's completely accurate. You can Wikipedia that shit. Quick, somebody added the Wikipedia page for American Fork. Anyway, Greenland was at the location after his mother dropped him off at the Target where his girlfriend works, and he was carrying a duffel bag of personal items after having been kicked out of his apartment. All right? So, after unsuccessfully attempting to call his girlfriend with his mother's phone, he said he tried to put the bag inside his girlfriend's car, but it was locked. Right? This is it. This is what was happening. It's a sad situation. The guy's been kicked out of his apartment. He's not doing well in life. He's broke, clearly. Like, it's not a good situation. Cut to the footage. If you didn't catch that, it happens fast. It happens fast. Boom. Okay. Please note that Mr. Greenland is on his hands and knees with his hands up. He's on his knees with his hands up, and he gets tackled from behind. Boom. Full tackle at a full sprint. We'll get to see the other angle here in a moment. So, okay, here's him on the ground, on the knees, hands up, boom. Fucking, all right, here's the, and let's get a good picture of him afterwards. Hang on. I do believe. Nope. There we go. There we go. And there we go. According to Mr. Greenland, according to Mr. Greenland, he could hear the officer running at him. He could hear the equipment on him bouncing. He could hear the footfalls, and there was nothing he could do. He said, I was aware of it. I could hear him sprinting at me, and all I could do was remain still. The cop put his knee into his spine upon contact. When he tackled him, he brought his knee up and connected on his spine and drove it in and dropped him to the ground face fucking first. So he has contusions and scrapings on his face as well. Yeah. 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 I had no idea, quote, I had no idea what they were there for until I was beaten and bloodied. I still avoid that area. My kids are scared to drive through American Fork City, stuff that I've known my whole life. The police department has yet to respond. Oh, also they threw him on some trumped up charges. He had like a pipe on him. He had like some weed pipe and shit like that. So they threw a paraphernalia charge at him. Marcus said, in some jurisdictions, it's permissible to violently resist an unlawful arrest. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, the police department has yet to respond to the lawsuit. But quote, this is how you know this dude. This is how you know you're like this is the speech of an abuse victim. Okay, this is the speech of an abuse victim. This is somebody who's been abused by society. This is propagandized, brainwashed abuse victim speech, right? I mean, honestly, it would be great if they would give the police the right training. I want to continue to help people and just spend time with my family and not have any worries that this is going to continue on or happen again. That's it. Even after all of that, after taking a flying tackle to the back with a knee driven into his spine and his face grated across the fucking pavement like a goddamn cheese grater, this dude thinks that we can train our way out of this. He's like an abused dog. He's like an abused wife. He's an abuse victim. This is what we talk about as anarchists. These are our talking points, guys. This sort of stuff right here. This guy was literally the victim. And he's still sitting there going, but I'm sure we can fix him. I still love him. I still want to be with him. I just, maybe we can fix him. No, honey. No, sweetie. You need to leave. You need to break up with them. They're abusive. And there's no fixing that. There's just no way around that. It is very much Stockholm Syndrome. Yes, it's that territory. Yep. So, there we go. Another one down. Another one fucking down. This one we have video for as well. It's like, we got a couple of back-to-back videos here.
New video now.
Let me try and get the position. This is John Monroe. He's a West Palm Beach gentleman in his 60s. If you're wondering the degree here, but I can say that in this instance, at least charges were filed against the police officer, and the police officer has turned himself in. So he is now in custody. But let's look at how a police officer approached, but we can't live without dishwashers. How do we live without cops? Oh, Weasel. Yes, he is in his 60s. I believe he's 64 or something like that now. This is John Monroe, I believe, is this poor gentleman's name. Let's just watch how this police officer handles approaching an individual in a parking lot. Did you notice? Notice a couple of things. Let's take this through. All right. Let's take this through as we do. All right. The cop walks up behind Mr. Monroe, touches him aggressively on the back of the head. He turns, confused. The cop then grabs him, slams him into the fucking vehicle, mashes his head down by neck. Then, when they have him pinned with the officer, what the fuck is the bot trying to do? And there's a left hook from the partner. Oh, yes. Observation 1. John is black, of course. And now here's the chokehold. Keep in mind, this is a 60-year-old man. This is a 60-year-old man. He's putting up a good fight for a 60-year-old. Just okay. Here is John Monroe. Right here. This is John Monroe. This is the terrifying individual that was so dangerous that the police officers decided that he must be smacked upside the head, slammed into a hood, punched in the face, choked out, dropped to the fucking ground, and beat. West Palm Beach police officers showing their, showing their true colors, as it were. Also, I think it's worth pointing out that the arresting officer was white. Right? This was an elderly black man who was assaulted for no reason. They assaulted a black man, an elderly black man, or a man, not elderly necessarily, but definitely of advanced age, a gentleman of advanced age. And, oh, hang on. Let me see some shit. There we go. Yeah, Twitch is having issues right now. Just so everybody knows, Twitch is having issues. Their chat system is having issues. I'm getting notifications behind the scenes for certain things. Their chat system is having some issues. So I see it, Caboose. But just know that chat is a little finicky right now. So this is a dude they walked up behind of advanced age, smacked him upside the fucking head, basically, came up behind him, assaulting him, slammed him into a fucking hood of a car, fucking cheap shot him in the fucking face with a left hook, choked him out, dropped him to the ground, and then proceeded to beat him. Yes, he wasn't assaulted for no reason. He was assaulted while living while black. Exactly, non-binary. That is correct, non-binary. You are correct. Thank you for that correction. He wasn't assaulted for no reason. He was assaulted because he was a black man in a parking lot, probably. So anyway, there's West Palm Beach checking in on Florida. Right? Let's do the rounds. Right? New York, Texas, Florida. Let's just do the rounds, y'all. So we have a BMIP on 82nd, dispatching units now. BMIP, black man in public. Oh, well, don't worry. I actually have a story. Somewhere. Okay, is it this one? Nope. This one. There's one. You know what? Let's skip to it. While we're talking about being a black man in public, a black man in New Jersey. This one's bad. This one's bad. This one irritates the fuck out of me. All right. So this is clearly me manipulating the narrative, but here is a picture of our individual. This is Jawan R. Henderson, age 29, with his baby. Okay. I'm gonna front load. I'm gonna make a pathos appeal here. I'm gonna openly let you know what I'm doing. I'm making a pathos appeal. I am appealing to your emotional, the emotional part of your mind first. Oh, no, Akka, he did something, and it is fucking ridiculous. Jawan was shot and paralyzed. That's it. He was shot and paralyzed by the Trenton Police Department. Now, do you want to know what he was doing when he was shot and paralyzed by the Trenton, New Jersey Police Department? Now, remember, we were talking about being black in public and being a black man in a parking lot. Well, he was getting a cup of tea from his car. He had a cup of tea, iced tea. He had a cup of iced tea in his car, and he went out to his car to get his cup of tea out of it. And in the process of getting his tea out of his car, he was shot and paralyzed by the Trenton Police Department. So, for those keeping score, the things that black men cannot do in society: walk down the street, stand in a parking lot, drink iced tea. Keep that list going. But yes, this is a black man who was shot and paralyzed by the Trenton Police Department for getting a cup of iced tea out of his car. Oh, don't worry. I'll get there, Marcus. I'll get there. Don't worry, Marcus. Okay? Don't worry. So, Aspen, he's got a tactical T. No, but here's the real story, right? Here's the real story. He was getting a drink. He was getting his iced tea cup out of his car when after he parked out front of his home shortly after midnight on February 12th. A group of men in dark clothing and masks in an unidentified vehicle parked boxing his vehicle in. They did not identify themselves. He had no idea who they were. Once out of their vehicle, the men began to yell and scream at Henderson, who then attempted to use his phone to call the police for help. One of those men smashed the driver's side window, and Henderson was then shot 4 times. Quote, "This group of men, appearing as many other group of dangerous criminals from a movie, turned out to be the Trenton Police Department." This quote is from the lawsuit itself. He's now paralyzed from the chest down. He will never be able to run with his child. He will never be able to walk again. He will forever experience bowel and bladder incontinence. His life is forever ruined and changed because he dared go to his car and get a cup of tea out of it. And during such, 4 unidentified, ununiformed officers from the Trenton Police Department attempted to box his vehicle in the middle of the night in an unmarked vehicle, and no one is sure, by the way. Here's a direct quote. Here's a direct quote from one of the attorneys. There are many unknowns in the case, such as the plain-clothed officer's objective that night. We don't even know what the cops claim to have been doing. 4 unidentified, ununiformed police officers in an unmarked vehicle attempted to box a citizen's vehicle in and proceeded to shatter his fucking windshield and shoot him 4 times. Never announcing themselves, never fucking... We don't know shit. All we know is that black man in a car at midnight with a cup of iced tea is worthy of being shot as far as the Trenton Police Department is concerned. No uniforms, no badges, no IDs, a statement of identification, no ID on the car, no clear objective, no nothing. They roll up like they're gonna fucking carjack this motherfucker and just shoot him. The identities of the cops have been withheld. We don't even know who did the crime. The state has stepped in, essentially, and protected these officers. There is an active cover-up happening. We don't even know who the cops are. If it were the other way around, his name and face would be plastered on every news station in the country. Every single one. But since it's the Trenton Police Department, we don't even get to know what cops were fucking involved. They claim there's body cam footage, but they refuse to release it even after the Attorney General directive to release it. In a 2018 New Jersey Attorney General directive states video footage must be released publicly when requested once initial use of force is substantially complete, usually within 20 days. They refuse to release the footage. The Attorney General's office has deferred a separate probe into the officer's actions to the Union County prosecutor's office, quote, because of conflict of interest. So, what else? What else, Kai? This is bad enough, right? This is bad enough. Right, this is a black man who got shot 4 times and paralyzed from the chest down, ruining the rest of his life for getting iced tea out of his car. How possibly? After, stating that there's an active cover-up happening at the state level down. How possibly could you make this worse? They charged him with aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and obstruction of justice. 4 counts. Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, who has taken over the case because of that conflict of interest, one of the first things they did was drop those charges. Even they couldn't defend it. It was the first thing the Trenton Police Department did, is bring him up on charges. When asked why, if he's such a guilty criminal who deserved to be shot, and there's this exculpatory evidence on the part of the officers in the form of body cam footage, why ever did you dismiss the charges then? Especially since they were for aggravated assault. 4 counts. Why ever did the prosecutor's office dismiss those immediately then? Well, the spokesperson refused to elaborate on that. The cops, at least what little bit of paper trail we have on this case, are claiming that they attempted to do a vehicle stop. He was parked in front of his house. They attempted to do a vehicle stop, and Trenton's police street crime units, identified only as 511 and 513, then engaged with the suspect, who refused to cooperate with detectives' orders to roll down the window and exit the vehicle. They state that he was unable to provide driver's license or proof of the registration and insurance. And they claim he reached. That's it. They're claiming he reached. That's what it boils down to. That's what we have. They're saying that he reached into the back seat. So, yeah. He reached. This is the story of Jawan R. Henderson, age 29, of New Jersey. Yeah, it's an old-fashioned lynching. Yes, it's an old-fashioned lynching, 100%. All right, now that I know what that is, let's see. Okay. So, yeah, I figured, given that we were talking about, attempting to exist while black in society, that Mr. Henderson's story would probably be the appropriate place to go from there. That, you can't stand in a parking lot, you can't get a cup of iced tea out of your car. You can't do anything. Meanwhile, I've been apologized to by a cop who got his ass reamed by his field captain because he dared try and fuck with a judge's son. Yeah. No, there's nothing systemic going on at all. Good on you, Marcus. Respect, man. Respect. So Chicago. Let's talk about it. Chicago. Adam Toledo and Anthony Alvarez. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the case. I'm not going to do a fucking deep dive on this one. They probably they may have had a firearm in their waistband. They may have reached. I don't know. We don't know. But all I do know is that Adam Toledo was 13 years of age. And he was shot and killed by Chicago police officers in very questionable circumstances. And the Chicago the state's attorney, Kim Fox, announced today, a few days ago, that there would be no charges against the officers. So even though the state attorney unequivocally stated that the officers, quote, created the conditions that led to the shooting, there will be no charges filed against them. So, anyone surprised? Fucking Chicago PD shot a kid, and there's not going to be any charges filed. It's worth noting, we talked about this a few days ago, Chicago holds the record right now for youngest person killed in the country by police officers for a few years. I think it was a decade. Yes, It was 2013. So from 2013 forward, Chicago PD actually holds the record for youngest child shot by police officers. So yeah, I you know, it's not a clean cut and dry case. It isn't. They might have had firearms. They might have reached. They might have, you know, that's the thing on that one. It's the Rosa Parks thing. Y'all know that Rosa Parks wasn't the first choice for being the like face of the civil rights movement, right? Like there was a young unwed mother, a young unwed pregnant woman, who was the first one that should have been the case, but because she was an unwed mother, she was deemed not a viable candidate and not the most emotionally relatable one. So they ignored her and went with Rosa Parks instead later. Yeah, that's not the first time that sort of thing has happened. That unfortunately reform is not going to come to that case. So let's talk about we'll get there. Yes, binary. We'll get there. Like I said, I've got a list. We're a few deep. Let's just put it that way. We're a few deep. I actually have. Did I do? Okay, is this the one? Yes, there's that one. And there's that one. So there we go. Balls deep soon. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the DOJ and criminal reporting in this country. So we don't actually know things like the statistics involving hate crimes, the statistics involving officer-involved shootings, fatalities, officer-involved like rates of abusive force or excessive violence. We don't know any of these things at a national level. Why, you're asking? Because we don't have mandatory reporting of these statistics. These numbers are optional for local, state, county agencies to report up to the federal level. So the Department of Justice doesn't actually have a firm understanding of hate crime statistics, of police officer involved violence rates. They don't have firm numbers on sexual abuse by police officers. They don't have firm numbers on basically anything because all of this is optional reporting. And as you can probably already imagine, when you have a group of individuals who are abusing a system or utilizing an abusive system, that they may not necessarily want to narc on themselves. So here's what we do know. The Department of Justice has come out with a recent report that one of the pieces of evidence that is readily apparent in it is that there has been a decrease in reporting efforts to accurately document violence against Asian Americans, Black Americans, and LGBTQ plus people. The amount of police departments that have submitted statistics to the DOJ has actually decreased. More than 12,000 law enforcement agencies across the country reported 0 hate crime numbers. Miami, Little Rock, Huntsville, places where hate crimes happen, they are reporting none. Just a handful of cities and towns bothered to report hate crimes in 2020. It is to the point, and if you want to look at some of this, here is the Crime Data Explorer for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Okay? If you want to parse some of this data for yourself, the link is in chat. It is a fascinating, the CDE is a fascinating toolkit to avail yourself of. But what it boils down to is that essentially no one is reporting any of these numbers. And as such, we don't actually know the rates of this happening because, well, the most accurate numbers would come through this system. Now, we have independent third parties that are tracking some things. So what we do know is that hate crimes are actually on the increase, both according to independent journalists and academic study and per the DOJ themselves. But what we don't know is where and what, because the fact of the matter is that the hate crime reporting is on the decrease. So that's where we are now. The Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at Cal State San Bernardino suggests that hate crime increased 46% from the previous year across 14 metropolitan areas of study. At the same time, if you were to look at the DOJ and the FBI statistics on the matter that were submitted by those areas, you would see a decrease. So we have essentially zero accuracy in hate crime reporting in the United States. We have no methodology to implement it. And the fact of the matter is that it's fully voluntary. There are some beacons of hope. Los Angeles and New York actually did improve their hate crime data reporting. They are being more open with it. They improve their reporting mechanisms, and they are being more transparent with their data sets. They are still a shithole, and their police departments are never to be trusted. But as far as their data sets go, it is better. So, yeah. Hey, Level. The Level said the multi-million-dollar 5-year-old justice center in my town had to close because of legislation decreasing punishment for minor crimes. In other words, they can't do enough small petty arrests to keep revenue up. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, on to this one. Dalton, Georgia. This is, given the breadth of like some of the stories we've been talking about, right? The massive malfeasances. I'm gonna pivot and non-binary. I don't have that data, but use the CDE and you might be able to figure that out. I figure I'd pivot to something micro rather than macro, right? Dalton, Georgia. Shithole, right? Shithole. But lawsuit in federal court right now. Police officer, a guy by the name of Ethan Wayne Pugh. Or Puff. It could be Puff. It's a GH. It could be Pugh or Puff. Either way, it's a funny name. Ethan Wayne Pugh and the city of Dalton are both listed as defendants in a federal lawsuit because, well, it seems that our boy here violated oath of public officer, committed sexual battery, aggravated sexual battery, and public indecency because, well, you see, a lot of police departments like to run summer internship programs. It's a way for them to reach out to the community. It's a way for them to recruit from the community and build the next generation of police officers. All right. Well, during the summer of 2019, when Jane Doe became 21, she signed up to be an intern at the Dalton police officer with the goal of, quote, becoming the fourth generation of her family as a police officer. She would have been the first woman in her family to be a police officer, carrying on the tradition of her great-grandfather and grandfather and father before her, right? She's carrying on an honorable tradition within her family lineage of becoming a police officer. So she became an intern at the police department. Part of her duties were weekly ride-alongs, right? Observing patrol officers and spending the day with them and figuring out what it is to be a cop, right? Well, on that fateful day of July 8th, our Jane Doe was assigned to a ride-along with Pugh. While they were walking towards the patrol car, Pugh then purposefully and intentionally grabbed Ms. Doe's buttocks and did so without warning or consent. Once inside the vehicle, he then drove them to a secluded and empty lot where he parked the car in which he and Ms. Doe were the only occupants, both seated in the front with locked doors of the patrol car. And then without warning or consent from our plaintiff in this case, the defendant, Officer Pugh, then leaned over and began to forcefully kiss Miss Doe on the mouth with his tongue. She attempted to pull away from him and went against the passenger door and did not kiss him back. He then shoved his hand down her pants and, per the complaint, quote, committed a sexual act that was unwanted, uninvited, and unwarranted. It didn't stop there, because after sexually assaulting this young woman, the ride-along continued. The afternoon wasn't over. During this, he repeatedly would drive to secluded spots, park the patrol car with the doors locked, and then, at one point in the afternoon, quote, in a frightening tone of voice, commanded Ms. Doe to perform a sex act on him. Fearing for her safety, Ms. Doe, because they were alone and Pugh was armed and much larger than her, according to descriptions, complied, because in the complainant's testimony, quote, fearing that defendant Pugh would rape her if she did not. He then drove them back to police headquarters, where he threatened Ms. Doe, directing her not to tell anyone what happened because, 1, he would get fired, 2, his wife would come after Ms. Doe, and 3, no one would believe her anyway if she reported him. She ended her internship at the police department after Pugh repeatedly sent her sexually explicit content, including photographs and videos of himself, well, doing the things that you know he was doing. She asked him to stop. He did not, of course. And at one point, Pugh called her and attempted to FaceTime with her. She did not accept the call. Doe later befriended a director of a local center for those who had been sexually abused and confided in her what had occurred. And with that support, Pugh then reported to the police department July 10th, 2020, what had occurred. that very same day, Pugh resigned. And, well, the department, to their credit, immediately handed over the investigation to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Knowing that it was a conflict of interest for them to investigate this, they turned it over. The grand jury indicted him and said, quote, while on duty as a police officer, he did engage in sexual contact with a college student doing an internship with the police department assigned to a ride along with. So, yes. It looks like he signed a waiver of pre-disciplinary hearing, saying, I did not treat a group of females with respect and was not courteous to them. Unwelcome requests and comments may have led this group of females to feel intimidated and uncomfortable in the workplace. But either way, motherfucker's being brought up, right? Like he's got a grand jury on his ass. He's fucked. So, yeah. Yeah, I gotta pull that. One. Yeah, exactly, Beasticle. Covered all his bases, not his first radio. Why do those kinds of assholes keep pursuing? After doing that kind of thing, shit, the last thing you should be doing is going anywhere near them. I know, right? This time we won't investigate ourselves. Cops, for once. I know, right? Right, Cupcake? So, that one at least is going down, it looks like. He looks like he's going to go down for some shit. Now, let's look at the off-duty officer in Kenosha. We have finally made our way to back to Kenosha, right? Like we of course inevitably, inexorably, like the sands of fucking time, find our way back to Kenosha. So this was redacted surveillance footage from the Kenosha Unified School District, where an off-duty officer serving as the school resource officer, which I'm not even sure how this fucking works. Either way, a girl got into a fight with another student during lunch in the lunchroom, right? This shit happens. This shit happens. It's fucking high school. Jesus Christ. Their fucking prefrontal cortex is barely grown at that point. It's fucking, you cannot rely on children to be the voice of reason in the room. And if you are, God help you, you're fucked in the head, right? Kai's Law says, anarchist tech support says, Kai's Law, as a complement to Godwin's Law, any discussion of police violence will eventually lead back to Kenosha, Wisconsin. I like it. So during a fight, yes, if exactly, Caboose, if the child is the only reasonable voice in the room, you've gone too far. So a girl gets into a fight in a fucking lunchroom, right? This is an everyday occurrence everywhere in the world, right? This just happens. Hormones and lack of prefrontal cortex development and just social interactions with human beings, right? We're higher primates. We get violent from time to time. Like, shit happens. All right? Plan on it. So, an off-duty officer working as a part-time security guard at the school fucking rushes in to break up the fight. Here it is. Oh, fuck you. Just get this text off the screen. God, the BBC sucks. All right, so a couple of girls get into a fight. Shit's happening. Cool. Get the text off the screen. God, the BBC sucks. It's very difficult to see. But what is occurring here is a grown man with his knee on a high school girl's throat. He is putting his weight on her throat with his fucking knee. Hang on. There we go. This is better. This is better. Fuck the BBC. God, they suck. Okay. It's like the second thing they teach you in security school to never do that. Holy fuck. I know, right? So, here we go. Couple of girls fighting. All right? Throw her to the ground. Pull off the other student. Here's the issue. This is a grown man with his leg and knee on a high school girl's 12-year-old. Unified. It's not even high school. This is fucking middle school. This is middle school. I'm sorry. This is unified district, so this is middle school. This is a 12-year-old. This is a fucking middle schooler. It's not even a fucking that. This is a grown-ass police officer with his fucking knee on a 12-year-old girl's neck, pinning her to the ground. Didn't Kenosha learn a thing or two? I'm just, you know. I thought maybe. Exactly, tech support. Exactly. Little inside baseball fucking IT humor from tech support. Love it. I was scared for my life. Exactly. Oh, they learned just the wrong lesson. I suppose. Yes, the officer. Oh, by the way, the officer resigned, but has not been charged. As is tradition. The officer has resigned, but not been charged. Wither said, this cop's definitely a part of the 40% if they have anyone in their life. Oh, God, yes. And that 40%, as was pointed out earlier, that 40% is voluntary reporting. So the fact of the matter is that 40% of cops, when that study was done, were willing to say, yeah, I kicked the shit out of my spouse. How high is that number actually? 65? 85? How terrifying is it to be in a relationship with a fucking cop? Right? Like that's a terrifying fucking proposition. Hold on, let me just fix something here. There we go. Yeah, that was a voluntary reporting number. I can only imagine. Yeah, 40% minimum. It's a minimum, right? So everybody knows, by the way, we've now done about an hour and a half on police malfeasances, malfeasance in America. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tabs open for these stories. We have done an hour and a half on fucking police malfeasance, and I still have 8 to go. No, everything's good. Everything's good. I haven't even gone abroad, by the way. I considered including other stories that I had in my list from abroad. There was some shit from Indonesia. There was one from China. There was one from Europe. I believe it was Germany or something. I had a few from abroad. I was like, yeah, Yeah. This is ridiculous. We covered the young girl who was strip searched in the UK and she was sexually assaulted. She was raped. We covered that one last week, Marcus. Yeah, that was in the previous Popo's Bizarre Adventures. I could do, I could do 6 hours on cops once a week. Easy. I am considering breaking these up into segments potentially. Like we'll just do that cop, that cop, that cop, that cop sort of thing. I mean, this is just infinite content. So another federal civil rights lawsuit. Fucking another one. This one is infinitely Kenosha. Yeah, basically. This one has been filed by a black police officer, which, I mean, can we just take a moment, homie? I mean, this is a federal civil rights lawsuit by a black police officer in Maryland. It was filed today. The Maryland National Capital Park Police apparently during the BLM protests Officer Mark Miles is alleging he was subjected to discrimination, harassment, and retaliation after reporting discriminatory conduct in the form of texts and other messages being shared amongst the police officers talking about killing Black Lives Matter protesters. What it amounts to is we're talking about texts that say things like, they want a race war, okay, let's go, right? Fucking shit like that. We're talking about, you know, condoning the next civil war, racist jokes, race war, support for extremist racist militias, overt threats of violence against black citizens, straight up. One instance in the lawsuit states that one of the people mentioned, the supervisor, a person by the name of Harvey, frequently, quote, frequently talked about murdering Black Lives Matter protesters, adding defendant Harvey texted things like, time to start killing. Of course, this individual did not respond to a request for comment. But the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission said its police department, quote, does not tolerate racism or harassment in the workplace, while tolerating racism and harassment in the workplace. So, you know, take that statement for what it's worth. They're saying that when a series of secret text messages among a group of park police officers came to the attention of our management, we promptly initiated an investigation and took appropriate action, adding that several officers were suspended and referred for termination. The suggestion that park police management ignored allegations of misconduct by this group of officers is simply incorrect, and we will make the results of the trial board process public at the appropriate time. That time, of course, is not now. That time isn't, you know, but sometime in the future, we'll sure do that. The lawsuit also states that the texts included racist and bigoted comments about Hispanics, Asians, and the LGBTQ plus community. In one exchange, Miles' lawsuit said, Harvey wrote that her comments were jokes and asked others not to, quote, turn these texts over to internal affairs and get me fired for hate speech. So she clearly had a mens rea, right? And for those of you, a guilty mind. Very important in illegal circles. Mens rea is a very important thing to prove. Well, there you go. The supervisor knew what they were doing. Yeah, appropriate action. Exactly, Rev. Appropriate action. Sweep under the rug. Proceed to ignore and deny. The lawsuit is seeking a jury trial, compensatory damages, and termination of the individual who still hasn't been terminated. By the way, the supervisor, you remember the park police were like, oh, we fired a bunch of people. They didn't fire the person who was like leading this group. That person's still in a position of power. First the code speak, now the Latin. You champagne socialist. I know, right? Just because I understand the bare minimum of our legal system, right, Marcus? So, oh, Jesus Christ. We can't watch this one, but I will tell you, if you go to the Cop Watch shared content section, you can watch this video. This video is not TOS. So Edward Bronstein. Edward Bronstein had an encounter with the California Highway Patrol, which is always a situation. Anybody who's ever dealt with CHP knows they're kind of insane. They have actual violent, like, street gangs in their, like, they have a multitude of street gangs in their organization. The CHP is a very problematic organization, and they will kill a bitch. All right, they will kill a bitch. Edward Bronstein. Oh no, what did Eric Estrada do now? Said Aka. Edward Bronstein. That's 2 Edwards tonight, though, by the way. It's not a good night for Edwards, dude. Edwards fucking are not doing well tonight. So if you want to see the unedited full-length video of this encounter, then you can see it in the Cop Watch section of our shared content. I posted the link there. The CHP fought tooth and nail for 2 fucking years. For this video never to see the light of day. Because there's an active cover-up engaged as well. Edward Bronstein was suffocated to death by a pile of CHP officers. At one point in the video, you can hear him state unequivocally, "I can't breathe." They then proceeded to pile on him more. It is at one point when the medic arrives, when the EMT arrives, that he is no longer alive. I would say conscious, but he wasn't unconscious. He was dead. He had passed by that point. And they pick him up and they try and smack him and wake him up, but he's dead. He is a corpse. The life, the flare, the light, it's gone. They suffocated the man to death. And then the medical examiner got in on the conspiracy, because the medical examiner ruled that Edward Bronstein died from acute methamphetamine intoxication and that the direct cause of death was unknown. So if you're wondering who else to throw on the pile of never to be trusted and is / a cop too, prosecutors, judges, medical examiners, never to be trusted. They are on team more often than not. So that's where we are with that. There's not much more to say about it. It is, yeah. It seems to be sprinkle some crack. I mean, meth on the body and call it a day. Medical examiners too. Exactly. Tech support. It seems to be a recurring theme. It seems to be a recurring theme. A complete callous, careless lack of respect of life and fellow human beings on the part of cops, because they don't see us as human beings. If you're watching this segment, go find my origins of and problems with modern policing. It's linked somewhere in the Proudly Radical YouTube channel. It's worth watching. This is what they do. This is who they are. This is how it was designed. This is what they are intended for. This isn't a mistake. This isn't a slip up. This isn't a whoopsie daisy. This is a concerted effort by an occupying army that has been empowered by a oligarchical, hierarchical system that intends to keep the citizenry of this nation state in line, complying with force. And this is just another example of it. And so, like I said, you can watch the entire, it's 17 and a half minutes. If you want to watch a guy get suffocated to death by cops, watch at your own discretion. Let's just stay in California. Let's just stay in, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Never mind. Do we have that one? Yes, I can show that one. Stony Progressive, thank you for the follow. Okay, that one I can show. Okay, yes. Okay, so let's stay in the region. And let's hop back over to hop back over to Texas for a minute. Richardson, Texas. The police officers, two police officers from Richardson, Texas, are suing their own police department. It's not because of racial profiling. It's not because of sexual assault. It's not because of they were abused or beaten or raped. It's because the police officers maintain that Richardson Police Department in Richardson, Texas, has a forced quota system. That in fact, what is happening behind the scenes is that they are required by senior leadership to follow a ticket quota system. Two officers, Kayla Walker and David Conklin, good on them. They filed the lawsuit. They were retaliated against after they made public statements to the city council and media outlets, after they filed criminal reports with outside law enforcement authorities about the illegal ticket quotas are illegal, the ticket quota system in Richardson, Texas. The hilarity of this story is that the city council and the Richardson Police Department and the city itself maintains that the quota policy is not illegal because it was a part of a broader policy that included components that weren't illegal. Officer, I was merely driving. Yes, I had murdered this individual and thrown them in the trunk of my car, but the act of driving is not illegal. Therefore, the murder and the transport of the body clearly can't be illegal as well, because they were part and parcel with the legal act as well. This is the actual argument that the Richardson Police Department and the Richardson City Council is attempting to put forth. is that because this illegal policy was taking part as a subset of a larger set of policies, some of which aren't illegal, it therefore makes it legal. I'm sure. Marcus, can you fact check that for us? That's law, right, Marcus? That's how that works. So I don't, again, Texas, just stay the fuck out of Texas. Just stay the fuck out of Texas. Do yourselves a favor. Never, never, never set foot in the state of Texas. If you are gay, if you you can have kids, if you are a person of color, you know what? If you just stay the fuck out of Texas. Dude, Texas will get you dead. Texas will get you raped. Texas will get you imprisoned. That's the only thing waiting for you in Texas is death, rape, or imprisonment. It is a shithole of a location on this earth and should probably be cordoned off just so it doesn't contaminate the rest of us. But, free travel across borders. Let's see. I presume the argument was written by a lawyer whose next words were, okay, I did the things, let me in the narcotic evidence room. Says Marcus. Oof, I may or may not be going to Texas to visit my nephew. Good luck, Kaiser. Good luck. So staying in the region, like I said, staying in the region. We want to stay in the Southwest right now. Let's stay with the just absolute shithole that is the U.S. Southwest. Arizona. What's Arizona gotten up to? Arizona has definitely gotten up to some shit, right? What are you going to do with them in Arizona? The Arizona House voted last Wednesday to make it illegal to take photos or video recordings of police officers in some circumstances. It would be illegal in the state of Arizona to record within 15 feet of an officer interacting with someone unless the officer gave permission. I'm sure a few of you are already imagining how this will be abused. Within 15 feet, it's illegal. What if the cop walks towards you while you're legally filming them in a public right-of-way? Well, hypothetical person I'm responding to, that then becomes illegal. The cop is free to close the distance, and it then becomes illegal. Good night, Got Punk. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. And if you walk away, that's a charge. Yes. Yeah. This is unconstitutional on so many levels. This is unconstitutional on so many levels. Fucking, even the Associated Press has raised, quote, serious constitutional issues. The National Press Photographers Association is in direct opposition to the bill and said we'll fucking sue on First Amendment grounds right away. Refusal to stop recording when an officer orders it would be a 30-day jail sentence. There you go. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Literally can murder on there. Yep. So there you go. That's what's happening in Arizona right now, is that the cops basically have a universal arrest clause for anybody attempting to film them commit malfeasance. Now let's jump around a bit. We have three more. We're in the home stretch. Three more. Three fucking more. We're in the home stretch. Right? You know what? Hang on. Give me one sec here while I do a bunch of shit. Okay. Oh, I'm fucking stressing. I'm stressing fucking my browser right now. I'm making it work. I'm making it fucking work. Okay, bear with me. Bear with me. I had been closing these tabs, but what I'm going to do is I'm undoing my closing and I'm pulling them from memory. Okay, there we go. Okay, so. Oh, biddies. Thank you, tech support. To circle back, this makes me want to get buddy with some of the cop customers in my part-time gig. Hard to plant seeds any other way. I mean, tech support, it's worth doing. Who said, Craigo, hello to you as well. Oh, I just heard back. The artist who's going to do the JoJo fucking Popo's Bizarre Adventures artwork has gotten back to me. She'll do it. She's in. So, all right. Cool. We'll have some decent thumbnails for this. All right. So we were going to jump over to Arkansas. How are the pedo neighbors? They refused to. I think they got the. I think they picked up what I was attempting to do. Apparently, I wasn't subtle enough, but they wouldn't hang out. They would not hang out. That or I was too old for him. I was probably too old for him. But yeah, he pushed he moved the needle a lot. He refused to fucking meet up. Yeah, Arkansas, it's not the worst, Rev. It's not the worst. It's by far not even close to the worst, for the night. So let's see. All right, Arkansas. So, Michael Davis. Michael Davis is a former Arkansas deputy who was convicted Friday of negligent homicide of a 17-year-old by the name of Hunter Britton. Basically, back in June 23rd of last year, he pulled over. He pulled Hunter over. Dude, if Hunter isn't the most fucking like Zoomer name, right? Like that's some straight Zoomer shit. Hunter. He pulled Hunter over for a traffic stop, and, well, the teen exited his truck and reached into the bed of his pickup truck, failing to comply with Davis's commands to show his hands. There was no gun in the back of the pickup. There was no nothing. He shot him in the fucking neck. He shot him in the fucking neck. And the jurors acquitted him of the manslaughter charge and found him guilty of the misdemeanor charge. Hence why he's only doing a year. Is that the Arkansas jurors saw fit to not charge the cop. Well, to not charge, but to not find him guilty of the greater manslaughter charge. So our good old boy Michael Davis here, who shot a 17-year-old in the neck for not complying with his commands, got all hopped up on his warrior, cop as a warrior mentality. As again, I'm going to reference Origins of and Problems with Modern Policing. I have a segment. It's an essay on my website. It's a segment that'll be going up on YouTube shortly. This is part of the problem. I'm sure he was all hopped up on power and fear, and because the kid didn't comply and he reached into the back of his pickup, the first thing that popped into fucking Michael Davis's head was, oh my God, he's got a fucking machine gun, the likes of which we mount to a fucking helicopter in the back, and he's about to spray 1,000 rounds at me and kill me. So he fucking shot the kid in the neck. And then the idiot jurors, who are subject to generations of propaganda and fear campaigns, erred on the side of the officer, because they always do. Because prosecution presents such a case that, oh, our beloved police need defending because they're out there in the streets every day protecting us from wanton destruction, the likes of which comes in the form of scary 17-year-olds. So, cop shot a 17-year-old in the neck, killed him, and he'll be doing a year. For not showing his hands to the police officer. Oh, jeez. Noted, Rev. Let's jump back to Arizona. This, in the grand scale of things, is not that bad. This is actually kind of mundane. But it happens in the small and it happens in the big, right? Police malfeasance, police abuse of authority doesn't just happen in the form of executing black men who dare drink iced tea in their car, right? It's not only fabricating evidence to falsely convict a black man in front of an all-white jury. Sometimes it's simple abuses. This one does include a physical assault, but it's very quick. And in the grand scheme of things, it's actually mild, especially considering what we've talked about tonight. But this is worth watching. It's not the highest quality footage, but it did just happen. This happened in Flagstaff. A uniformed police officer was filmed conducting themselves in a very interesting manner. This was posted to YouTube last Wednesday. The police officers believe that there is a warrant for this woman's arrest. There is not. She had a warrant for arrest, and it was resolved. It was not on the digital system. It had been resolved, but the police officers were aware of the previous warrant and therefore refused to double check anything. They believed their gut. They believed their prior knowledge and refused to actually do any investigation. And in the pursuit of said justice, the true nature of policing, the true nature of what it takes to be a police officer and not get drummed out during the academy comes to bear.
Hey, let him run your name. He will let you go. Stop resisting.
Okay,
let go.
Please also figure that I have a warrant. Please? You cannot arrest me until I know I have a warrant.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey, you can't hit a girl like that!
Her like that!
Hey, what the fuck?
Please also figure that I have a warrant. Please? You cannot arrest me until I know I have a warrant.
Hey!
Hey!
You cannot arrest me until I know I have a warrant. That's it. That's what it looks like. That's what happens when you challenge a police officer's power. That is the full force of the state.
You cannot arrest me until I know I have a warrant.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey, you can't hit a girl like that!
Her like that!
That's it. That's it in a nutshell, in a microcosm. This is what it looks like. This is Dig. He does not. In fact, he does not get jumped. If he got jumped, I'd show the rest of it. Yes, he punched through too. Yes, it was a good punch. He balled up his fist and struck her in the face, punching her with decent force because she refused to comply with an unlawful order. This is what it looks like when the state's force comes to bear. That's what a monopolization of force looks like. It looks like a police officer punching a woman in the face because she refuses to be arrested illegally. Because he hasn't done his due diligence. Because he is going on prior knowledge that he has not refreshed. Now, what I can say is that what has happened is exactly what you think has happened. The officer has been placed on paid vacation. It is Arizona, after all. So he's getting a paid vacation right now. Also, if you're wondering, will this create any generational trauma? Yes. The answer is yes. Her 3 and 9-year-old children got to witness the assault on her by the police officer. And I can speak to this personally. For those that don't think these things leave an impact, something is, let's say, mundane. When I was in 5th grade, I was subject to state propaganda in the form of the DARE program. Now, by grade 5, you can imagine I was a fairly intellectually precocious child, and I had chemistry sets and those sorts of things given to me long before then. And I had a rudimentary understanding of chemical processes, and the city that I lived in at the time is well known for an international corporation, a multinational corporation that specializes in chemical processing. So I had friends whose parents were chemists, PhD level. So when a police officer came into my class and looked at me and stated unequivocally that LSD was manufactured in toilets, I knew that I had just been lied to by a police officer who my teacher deferred to. This is a singular moment in my life. It was the moment that I stopped trusting authority. It was the moment I stopped trusting adults. It was the moment that I stopped trusting teachers. It was the moment I stopped trusting police. It was the moment I stopped trusting the country. It was the moment I stopped trusting any hierarchical structure. I didn't know the nuances and details. I didn't know why. But I knew that I had just been lied to by somebody who is an authority in my society that others defer to, up to and including my teacher, who just turned her classroom over to him. And this program is sponsored at a federal level. The government itself said to me he was trustworthy. And he just lied to my face. If you don't think that 9-year-old has a serious problem with cops now, you are a fool. That woman's 9-year-old watched a police officer punch their mother in the face for no reason. Congratulations. You have another citizen who does not believe in the rule of law. You have another citizen that does not respect police. You have another citizen who will come to our side. If you are on the side of defund the police is bullshit and defund the police is this and that, and it's a counterproductive argument, well, congratulations. The number one thing that works for my team is officers like that. I don't have to come up with a pithy slogan. I don't have to do any propaganda. All I need to do is show a video of an officer punching a mother in the face for a warrant that doesn't exist. That's it. That does my job for me. So if you want to have police, if you want to have that system, then maybe you need to get your jackbooted jackal fucking dogs on a goddamn leash before somebody does something, because this is getting out of fucking hand at this point. We've already burned half this fucking country to the ground over this shit in the past. We've had to have riots on an international scale because of this shit. Right? Like, how many more fucking 12-year-olds need to have knees on their throats? How many more dudes need to be suffocated to death? How many mothers need to be punched in the face outside of their home in front of their children because cops can't even be bothered to check a fucking system whether this woman has a warrant or not? All he had to do was go to his stupid fucking patrol vehicle where we've spent tens of thousands of dollars to equip them with remote surveillance devices, up to and including a digital database that coordinates this information, and check whether she had an active warrant before punching her in the face. This is the number one piece of propaganda against cops. Let us finish. Yes, how many more fathers need to be paralyzed for getting tea from their car? Or elderly citizens beat the fuck up in a parking lot because they were in a parking lot? It's absurd. Let us end this lengthy segment on Katie Baker. Ms. Baker got good news. Ms. Baker is a journalist who works for BuzzFeed News. Now, for those of you who hear BuzzFeed and immediately have a visceral reaction, BuzzFeed News is actually a fairly reputable organization. They are not the same as BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed News does actual journalism. They put in work. Ms. Baker is a journalist. And 5 years ago, she wrote a story. She wrote a story about a woman by the name of Megan Rondini. Megan Rondini was, by all accounts, very similar to another individual we've spoken about before. I won't say their name, but she was very lawful. In fact, her childhood nickname was Rules Rondini because she was such a stickler for following the rules of board games and games that she was playing. She was very adherent to the rule of law. Ms. Rondini ended up attending University of Alabama. University of Alabama is in Tuscaloosa. Megan was, by all accounts, a lovely woman. She would spend nights when she wasn't studying, driving her drunk college friends and anyone, if she would find them out, walking the street in need of a ride. She was everybody's designated driver. She would take care of anyone. She'd pick them up. She'd make sure they got home safely. Until one night in July of 2015, Megan found herself in that situation. She found herself walking the street in a slightly inebriated state. She was pretty close to blackout drunk. Well, an individual pulled up next to her and offered her a ride home. That individual we would later identify as, TJ Bunn Jr., a.k.a. Sweet T. Sweet T, Mr. Bunn Jr., was the child of a well-to-do businessman and a well-to-do businessman unto his own right. And when I say well-to-do, I'm not saying they have a, that he's doing okay. I'm talking they are a significant donor to the University of Alabama level well-to-do. Their family is rich, folks. Really rich. Mr. Bunn Jr. found Ms. Rondini walking the street in a highly inebriated state, in which he offers her a ride home because he and a friend had seen her leaving downtown Tuscaloosa all by her lonesome. Now, Ms. Rondini couldn't recall how she had ended up in Sweet T's white Mercedes that night on the way to his mansion, which, by the way, I come from a gun family, right? It is not it's not necessarily a deficit of character when one is a hunter, but there is a type of hunter that is indicative of a type of character one possesses. His mansion is, shall we say, coded in his hunting conquests. Stuffed tusked elephants, hippos with their mouths wide open, rearing up, taxidermied lions, these sorts of things. He's a big game hunter. I have opinions about these people, coming from a gun family myself. I understand that big game hunting adds to conservation fundraising efforts. I'm not foreign to that particular argument. I argue that why don't you just donate the money to conservation efforts then? There's no need for it. It's indicative of a character pertaining to an individual who has a need for domination that is an unhealthy level. And this comes from somebody who is intimately familiar with domination and submission, the psychology and practice thereof. You show me a big game hunter, and I'll show you somebody who you probably shouldn't be alone in a room with. They tend to be very unstable individuals in a few regards. Now, Ms. Rondini, in the time that it took for Sweet Tea and his friend to pick her up off the street and offer to drive her home, but drive to his own mansion, managed to sober up enough at least to know that she didn't want to have sexual relations with him, but he was attempting to get her to his bedroom. So a stand-up individual, right? Real stand-up guy. He sees a drunk college girl on the street and he thinks, hey, I can get my dick wet. Definitely the best of people. Megan, on the other hand, had other ideas. She didn't want to go quietly into that good night, as it were. So she climbed out the second-story window, falling along the way. She essentially escaped. She ran. She climbed out of the second-story window and started booking it, but realized she didn't have her keys. So she climbs back up, finds his keys to his Mercedes, climbs back down, looking for her keys in his car, realizes that she might need money to get home. She scrounges $3 out of his car, and along the way finds his handgun in the car. Deciding that she needs protection, she takes said handgun. Along the way, Megan, being unfamiliar with firearms herself, accidentally discharges the firearm. Upon accidentally discharging the firearm, she decides that it was probably best that she not be in possession of said firearm, and drops it. She then manages to proceed her way to home. She manages to get a friend. She manages to get in the vehicle. She manages to get out. Okay? On the way, her friend asks her when she picked her up, was that consensual? And Megan hesitated, apparently. And the friend pushed and said, quote, like, did you want to? Because the friend believed that she had been sexually assaulted. Given her inebriated state, given everything that had just occurred, the friend did what a friend should do and pushed a little. And Megan said no. So the friend took her to the emergency room. Everything by the book, right? She escaped. You may have been sexually assaulted. We need to go to the emergency room. Once at the emergency room, the police were notified. Everything is down the checklist. This is exactly what you do. Right? They went to the hospital for a forensic exam. Middle of the night, having jumped out of this man's second-story window of his mansion. Instead of going to sleep and putting it off another day, Megan, the trooper that she fucking was, stayed up and did a police interview. She did everything that she's supposed to do. The rape kit found that she had had sex. So, the police haul Mr. Bunn Jr. in for an interview at his leisure. Because, again, as I pointed out, Mr. Bunn Jr. and Mr. Bunn Sr. are very well off and influential individuals within the Tuscaloosa community and high-level donors to the University of Alabama. he maintained that the sex was consensual. And thus, it being Alabama, and Alabama having no idea what the idea of consent even involves, doesn't really give a shit that this woman couldn't even remember having sex with him. She had no memory of the incident. It was the ER that noted there had been sexual activity. She came sober while he was trying to get her to his bedroom, and thus she believed that they were going to have sex and that she didn't want to have sex with him. And that's why she tried to escape then. Little did she know that she had already been raped and was just going for round 2. The police, following Alabama's, quote, archaic rape laws, state that victims of rape in Alabama must, quote, earnestly resist their attackers. And the investigator who interviewed Megan decided that since she had not physically fought back against Mr. Bunn Jr., since she had indicated that she had neither kicked nor hit him, was not the victim of rape. The official conclusion of the investigation was that no rape had occurred. But wait, so many of you were ahead of me. Yes, we're fucking going there. Instead of building a case against Mr. Bunn Jr., the investigator begins building a case against Megan, questioning her for multiple crimes she wasn't even aware that she had committed, nor was she aware she was being investigated for. She believed she was participating in an interview for her rape. Later, when she filed a civil suit against Mr. Bunn Jr., she learned the only way to escape prosecution for her alleged crimes, up to and including felony firearm charges. I would ask those of you not to jump ahead. I would ask you to not do that. It is kind of annoying as a storyteller, just as an aside, when you are actually knee deep in a fucking storytelling and people just drop spoilers and shit. It's super fucking obnoxious. When she learned the only way to escape prosecution was to drop her civil suit, she went to the University of Alabama's counseling staff, a staff that turned her away. Why? Because the therapist knew the Bunn family from fundraising efforts and therefore could not help her. Ultimately, her family decided that it was no longer safe for her to even stay in Tuscaloosa. So, before even finishing out her semester, she withdrew from the university. She did everything by the book. Every single thing was done by the book. She tried to get out. She tried to tell him no. She tried to escape. She tried to defend herself. She tried to report it at the ER. She tried to report it to the police. And what happened? The entirety of the apparatus surrounding her turned against her. She became the criminal. She became the perpetrator. She became the person who was hauled through the court of public opinion locally. He became the poor rich boy who was some harlot attempted to take advantage of him. Fun fact: the county district attorney's office that Tuscaloosa finds itself in can't tell you how many sexual assault cases Tuscaloosa have occurred that in Tuscaloosa have led to formal charges. This is a direct quote from Chief Deputy Jonathan Cross. I'm ashamed to say we don't know, which is a sort of black eye in our office, because they didn't start tracking it until late last year. Here's some fun quotes. When asked about the firearm, "I was never going to hurt anybody with it," Megan said while crying. "I got it to protect myself. I don't eat meat. I could never kill anything. Even if it came to that point, I wouldn't have been able to use it on a person." The investigator, returning to her rape allegations during the interview, "Based on your statements to me, you said that you never resisted him." "I did resist him," Megan said, listing the ways she did, from repeatedly telling Bunn she wanted to leave to turning away when he kissed. "I wanted to go home. He didn't take me home." "Look at it from my side," the piece of shit by the name of Jones said. "You never kicked him or hit him or tried to resist him." A few minutes later, after this interrogation and the pressing by the investigator, who God I hope there's a hell for, Megan no longer even knew she didn't want to press charges. She straight said, "I just want to be done. I just want to move on." She didn't see the point in even trying to attempt to press charges at that point, because the piece of shit investigator made it very clear at that point who was being investigated. And it wasn't the man who raped her. When Bunn, dressed in khakis and a button down, came in for his interview with law enforcement the following Monday, as you do when you've been credibly accused of rape, you get to set your own appointment time, if you happen to be worth a few $1 million at least. Both men, the lawyer and Mr. Bunn Jr., had just returned from a weekend fishing trip. The investigator, Josh Hastings, literally said as they convened, because it was recorded, when they convened the meeting in a small room, he said, quote, "I'll get y'all out of here." They had some spirited talk about fishing, where the fish were biting. Hastings began his questioning. No, Bunn hadn't seen Megan that night before picking her up, walking home alone. Oh, yes, he had been drinking, but not too much. Not more than he should for driving. Megan had invited him and his friend into her place, made them drinks, and then chose to go to his place, said Bunn. "We both decided to have consensual sex, according to Mr. Bunn Jr. He said, I fell asleep. I wasn't even aware of such activities." He later realized when the police were ringing his doorbell that someone had shot his pistol, and he wasn't sure whether it had hit anything and had gone through his wallet. Quote, "This is something I'm going to ask the question. It's got to be asked," said the piece of shit investigator Hastings. How come Bunn said no one had been at his house the night before? Bunn said, "Well, I didn't recall." So the investigator then handed him a fucking get out of jail free card in the form of, "So you ended up collecting your thoughts and coming around, and that's when you remembered you had her over there." Bunn said, "Right." The investigator gave him an alibi. A few moments later, Bunn was once again able to recall that Megan was a, quote, "very willing participant." Caught on audio recording, after the investigator left the room, Bunn, whispering to his lawyer, said, "I'll drop the charges if she drops hers." Quote, "I won't pursue her if she doesn't pursue me, but I will play hardball if she does." In late July, Megan's father said that the district attorney called to let him know Megan's case did not meet the legal definition of sexual assault and would not be brought to a grand jury. 2 weeks later, Megan received a letter confirming her case was closed. But Megan, being the fighter that she wasn't done. In August of that year, she hired a lawyer to file a civil suit. She wanted a piece of him. Now, by that point, she had managed to see a therapist, and she told her therapist that she was suing Bunn due to the fear that she's not the first person he assaulted, nor would she probably be the last. But she clearly was suffering from PTSD. She stopped going outside because one day she was crossing the street and she saw Bunn driving. She dropped a Habitat for Humanity related honors class because S.T. Bunn Construction was the sponsor of the class. She texted a friend saying, "His influence and wealth is the reason I can't press charges. He's the charming, nice one, and I'm the bitch-faced victim." It was that fall that she received a formal diagnosis of PTSD. It was noted by the therapist that she had no previous history of mental health issues. But she continued to focus on losing everything as she felt disempowered, as those who have been assaulted tend to do. She assumed that the University of Alabama would support her, but they turned their backs on her. She couldn't even take Bunn to court in the end. UA refuses to discuss this to any length or means, but it is what it is, of course. We all know how that goes. On February 21st, she texted a friend and said, "Like, you just don't want to deal with shit anymore?" Friend wrote back, "Like every day, dude. What's up with you? How do you like your new school?" Megan said, "I hate it. I miss how everything used to be." It was that same week she filed intake forms for SMU's mental health center. She wrote in the form, in what her concern was, that she thought she would be better off dead more than half the time. There was a question on the forum that said, had there been any major changes, losses, or crises? She wrote, raped, bullied by police, changed university. She didn't turn it in. Next to her bed was the form. She took her life. That is the story of Megan Rondini. Now, here's where Katie Baker comes in. Because remember, I said this is the story about Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker is the absolute titanium ovaried woman who took up Rondini's case. She is the journalist who saw this travesty and said, I'm going to write about it. I'm going to make somebody know. So how is this a story about Ms. Baker, right? Like, how do we frame this? Because this is a story about Ms. Rondini, right? This is a story about Megan and how she got turned absolutely inside out. Well, Ms. Baker wrote a hell of a piece exposing everyone. She took them all to task. She took everybody to task. She named names. She named dates. She cited sources. She named everyone. She lit them afire. She fucking shredded them. All of them. The University of Alabama, the police department, the lawyers, the fucking buns themselves, the detectives, every single person that had a hand in killing Rondini. Ms. Baker raked them over the coals. So the police filed suit against her. Yeah, that's how that went down. The police filed suit against Ms. Katie Baker. That's what happened. Ms. Baker wrote a story eviscerating this system of corruption, eviscerating this broken system, exposing it for the misogynistic, abusive pieces of shit that it is and filled with. So the cops sued her. They couldn't file criminal charges, so they brought civil suits. Well, just this last week, Ms. Baker's case found itself finally handled by a federal court. And the federal court said she was doing her job. And there was no defamatory statements. There was nothing of criminal conduct on the part of Katie Baker. She did every last bit of due diligence. She dotted her I's and crossed her T's. She was held to a journalistic standard, the likes of which most cops could never even comprehend. And it was dismissed. The federal court said, fair play. So, Megan is dead. Though the instrument was her own hand, the person who wielded it was T.J. Bunn Jr., T.J. Bunn Sr., the University of Alabama. It was the Tuscaloosa Police Department. It was the Mental Health Center at the University of Alabama. It was the Township of Tuscaloosa. It was so many people that killed Megan. It's a rough one. But with that horrid, horrid story, we are actually done with Popo's Bizarre Adventures. It's weird crying on stream, right? Like this is weird. It's weird to have like a room full of people look at you as you get emotionally worked up, right? Whereas we as people are used to laughter. We're used to sharing laughter, right? We're used to sharing anger, right? But tears tend to make us uncomfortable because it's a vulnerability. But if you can hear that story and not get worked up, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. It's that simple. Like, Jesus Christ. That is all of the reasons. Oh, good on you, Cassidy. That is all of the reasons, basically in a nutshell, why I'm an anarchist. Look at the abuse of power. Look at the coercive nature. Look at the hierarchical power structures. Look at the monopolization of force. Look at the paternalistic behavior patterns. Look at the marginalized individual who is powerless in that situation. Look at all of that organizational structure that came to bear against the victim. That story is essentially an encapsulation of why I'm an anarchist, because no one should ever be empowered that way. No one should ever feel that helpless and victimized by a system that allows for that monopolization of force. That should never have occurred. Never. And so when people come at me and with that inevitable question as an anarchist, well, what about the rapists? What about them? Please, tell me. What about them? Because just as that person earlier who was in here asking about anarchy leading to the witch trials, I'm sorry, what? Who or what led to what? Because as near as I can tell, the death of Megan Rondini is a direct result of a coercive, hierarchical economic system that has created a power structure within a political system that allowed for the abuse of an elite, an oligarch, to take advantage of a college-aged woman who then turned to the same state-empowered power structure that should have, by all accounts, supposedly defended this victim. But what it did was deny her experience, disempower her as a victim, and then attack her directly. The support structure of the university, the very mental health care system that she was supposed to be taken care of by, turned their backs against her because, again, they're allowed to, because they have a fucking conflict of interest. Why? Because they have an economic gain to be made from that powerful individual. Every single fucking thing in the story of Megan Rondini and Katie Baker is countered by an anarchistic operating methodology. Every single fucking point along that could not have happened to either of them under an anarchistic structure. Not a single fucking thing. That problem would have been solved immediately. One way or the other. One way or the other. Either the immediate response would have handled TJ Bunn Jr. or the reparative or restorative justice process would have. Either way, we would have isolated him from the victim and removed him and segregated him from society because he is a clear and present danger to members of society. We have solutions for this. We have methodologies for this. And only because of the intrinsic, inherent nature of this system, was that allowed to occur? It is because of capitalism. It is because of statism. It is because of oligarchism. It is because of propaganda. It is because of all of these things that Megan Rondini was raped by T.J. Bunn Jr. And she was so victimized by every single step, every single group that should have helped her, victimized her further to the point where she was completely powerless. All autonomy, all power of that young woman was removed from her. And she saw no other way out. And frankly, I don't know if there was another way out. Tell me, how would it have gotten better? Explain to me. Make it clear. If Megan had decided to fight through, her rapist showed clear and present willingness to continue to victimize her using the economic and legal mechanisms within society. She was not done being a victim. She was not done. It would have gotten worse. This is not a situation where it gets better. Her rapist was a powerful individual who showed a willingness on fucking tape to continue to abuse the political and legal and economic systems that he was empowered by to further victimize her and potentially others. So please, if you ever do tell this story, if you ever do mention this to somebody, don't sully Megan's name by saying it's a shame she took her life, her own life. It's a kindness at that point. And that is the travesty of our system. That's the horror. Is that the truth of the matter? Is that, yeah, it probably was the better option. Which is horrid. Which is horrid. Oh, yeah, good on you. Good job. Yeah, your timing was perfect, man. Your timing was perfect. Oh, yeah. Given that we're talking about powerful men taking advantage sexually of disempowered young women, your support for Donald Trump is most assuredly very apropos. Maybe a little bit of introspection would go a long ways. I wish you the best, though. I wish you the best. But we're dealing with some real shit right now on this channel. We're dealing with real shit. So if you would like to have an actual conversation, I'll have it. But I hesitate, as I don't think you're prepared to have an actual conversation about this. Aka, yes, it's a very good article. It's very well written. It's very extensive. And Ms. Baker did journalistic excellence all around. Journalistic excellence all around. Yeah. So I suppose that's the end of Popo's Bizarre Adventures. That one took a bit out of me. Fucked up part is the middle of all this. T.J. Bunn Jr. also got several DUI arrests as he's portrayed as the victim of all this. Yeah. That. Be prepared. Be prepared. Because if you don't know your history, all right, Kensei, take care of yourself. Good night. If you don't know your history, then you don't know anything. It's not current. If you wanted a current theorist, I'd tell you Michel Luc Bellemare, Jason McQuinn, Bob Black, but you need to know the history. So if you want to understand anarchist theory in 2022, you need to know where it comes from. So, Dread, that is my response to you, is Demanding the Impossible by Peter Marshall. Know your history. And then come back. If you read that book and you come back, you and I can have a very enlightened conversation about modern anarchist theory then. And we can talk. That book's not going to contain very much really any at all modern anarchist theory. But to understand now requires context. And the context is not small. So to truly understand it, if that's what you're after, read Demanding the Impossible and then come back. And you and I can have a conversation about modern, living anarchist theorists who are actively writing and actively doing. And I will happily do it. I'd love to do it. What's up, Bizkey? Red, yeah, it will be probably its own. Oh God, fucking A. Yeah, that's my encoder being overloaded, which should not happen with my graphics card. So we're gonna have to tweak some stuff as far as settings go. Go fuck yourself. All right, so settings. Let me go play with some stuff. Give me a second. Video. Oh, okay. I can't do that until after. All right. All right, so okay. And that's change the preset. Where's the preset? Okay. Wait. NVIDIA doesn't use GPU compute. I mean, I'm seeing lag with it. I don't understand why that would. You know what? I'll play with this shit afterwards. So, let's see. Yeah, no, it's already set, Dread. Like NVIDIA encoding is already set. Like and my graphics card is fucking heavy duty. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting OBS encoder fucking delays. But I'll play with it after the stream. We'll do a few. Because frankly, hang on, let me check my performance here. Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. Like there's, all right, I'm gonna keep that running in the background. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Resolution. Yeah, there's a little, I don't know. It says it's stable across the board. Oh, wait, hang on. $18, that would be, okay, no. Yeah, red, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's no fucking way I'm going in and fucking deleting that shit. It's absolutely infuriating, though, as a storyteller. I got to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, that won't be happening. Take care, Buka. Take care. Oh. So, what time is it? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, we need to call it. Oh, Lord. That was a rough one. I think what we'll do is, Maniac said, my damn guy. I don't have words. I had to leave as you began, but I couldn't. I was trapped. Glad to have been, though. Thank you for being you. You're awesome, man. At that, though, I got to run. Take care and have a great rest of your night. Pet the puppers, Maniac, and take care of yourself, man. And thank you for the compliments. I don't know what I'll be doing. I need to process the video. I need to fucking, it's a whole thing. Is there a way to zoom in on this bitrate shit? Nope. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I need to get some fucking food in me, basically, is what it boils down to. So, I think what I'll do is probably Megan will probably end up being her own segment. And then I think the others will be lumped in as Popo's Bizarre Adventures. I think that's how I'll end up segmenting and trimming that. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to look at what Karina did in Chaotic Mess for art. I don't know. I'm a chili, maybe chili. I need to like, I want to put some rice under it though. So I need to make rice, I guess. Does this even transmit at 60 frames per second? Like, I'm sending at 60 frames per second. Why? Like, do most of you even view in 60 frames per second? I'm going to check whether I can do like 30 frames per second and it just be no difference. Because I have doubts as to whether 30 versus 60 frames will on Twitch matters. You have it at 60 frames. I don't want to lose those extra frames, but I'm gonna have to play around with some stuff. And we'll just go from there. Because that encoder thing is pissing me off. I do not like being freezing like that. It's fucking obnoxious and it's pissing me off. So We need to resolve it because it's happening on my side. So the YouTube videos are fucked. You have it at 60 and you honestly can't tell the difference. You can never tell the difference. We're going to raid over to Can't Stop the Kittens. We're going to raid over to Can't Stop the Kittens. That's what's happening. Yeah, tomorrow maybe at 30 frames per second, and we'll see how that goes. There we go. Okay. All right. Either way, I'm gonna push the raid out button. Yeah, dude, that was a fucking stream. That was just a stream of Popo's Bizarre Adventures. So yeah, tomorrow, Proudly Radical After Dark. First night of Proudly Radical After Dark tomorrow. So for those of you that want to get drunk and stoned and fucking game and hang out and have some fun, tomorrow night stream, Proudly Radical After Dark. So, later.